Start the meeting without my jacket.
Have that.
I'm good.
Okay, now that I got the meeting started off to a good start, I have no idea what to do next, so I'll turn it over.
Morning. I'm gonna turn it over to Six. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. We are here for a day and a half of goal setting. Glad that everybody found the new location. Last year at the skill center, but I think this will work quite well for us.
It's gonna work great.
Great.
Yeah.
I like the attitude and, third cup of coffee kind of energy. It's perfect.
Something like that.
And so I honestly don't have much more to say than that, other than turn it over to
All
Sarah.
right, let's get started.
Okay,
And go over our agenda.
great. Well, welcome everybody. I almost said happy Friday. That's tomorrow. Happy Thursday. We're getting there. And today is an exciting day. You guys, this is our third year getting to work with the Dalles, and we're continuously impressed by how hard you work at moving your goals forward. And today is an important day. It's an opportunity to sit back, reflect, think ahead, think a little more strategically. So every year, this process has evolved a little bit and matured a little more. And I find this year to be particularly exciting because we're able to kind of take your progressive thinking and stretch it out over a 3 to 5 year time frame versus just the year ahead. I think you guys have done really well at looking at the year ahead, but it's almost worn you out. I think we've heard from our outreach process that we are doing so much and really moving things forward at a pretty aggressive pace. So this is an opportunity to really reflect what is it that needs to move forward this year, and what are things that we can more strategically look at over a 3 to 5 year time frame, so that you guys can do this work and manage this growth in a sustainable way. So that's what we're going to do here today. So it is going to look a little bit different. Some of the exercises a little different from what we've done in years past. And to get us started, before I talk about the agenda, I want to just get us centered on our work with a little meditation. So feel free to close your eyes if you want. But let's just all take a breath, a real one, in through the nose, out through the mouth. Try not to sigh dramatically unless you're going to need to. It's fine too. You've made it. Your facilitators made it. Even though we went to the wrong building, got dressed, showed up, remembered where this building is, which is a big win. And today's a big picture kind of day. We're talking vision, goals, priorities, the kind of stuff that makes you feel like you're in a very official leadership documentary, maybe narrated by great Morgan Freeman. So for the next 90 seconds, let's just center ourselves. Think about what you brought here, the wins, the teamwork, the late nights, the coffee that should have been stronger. That's your then. Now think about what's in front of you, the now. You're surrounded by smart, committed humans who all want the same thing, to make the Dalles even better and to get through this workshop together. And then imagine your next. 3 to 5 years from now, we're looking back and saying, wow, we actually did it. And we all still like each other. The plan worked, the mission mattered, the vibe was good. Take one more deep breath. Feel that little spark of excitement that says, we've got this, because you do. You're capable, collaborative, slightly caffeinated. So let's get started. Okay. Today, for the next day and a half, our goals are to develop foundation for a strategic plan. That's thinking about the mission, the vision, the values that guide your work, and taking a look back at the goals that we've worked on previously and refining those to align with this 3 to 5 year horizon. And then looking at what we come up with for this vision and the values and the refined goals for a 3 to 5 year horizon, and really think about what does the council want to work on this next year? And what are the methods that are going to help us measure progress along the way? So how do we take this big picture look and then think about where's our focus for for the 2026, 2027 fiscal year. So for today, our plan will be to just kind of talk just briefly about what the strategic plan will look like at the kind of the end game. Then we're going to do an exercise looking back. This exercise is called the graphic history. You may have saw me sketching it behind the page as we were getting ready. And it's a really fun exercise. I typically do it in an hour, which is never enough time. And so we've allocated an hour and a half because I think it's a powerful storytelling exercise, allowing us to look back in history at how the Dalles evolved and unfolded, and because that really informs how we shape the future. And so who's been in the Dalles for 20 years? Okay, who's been in the Dalles longer than 20 years? Great. So you guys have some, we don't need to go beyond that, just we don't need to get specific, but good, there's some good historical knowledge in the room. And for those of you who's been in the Dalles 5 years or less. Yeah, so also a new perspective, which is wonderful in this exercise because you've got people to really ask questions about the history and to help us dig out more of the details. And so anyhow, it's a fun exercise. The groups I've done it with have really enjoyed it. We talked about, I did it in Hood River years ago. And so we talked about it being interesting to look at Hood River's graphic history and the Dalles and see how you guys distinguish yourself from neighboring communities. So opportunities to draw some insights there. So that's this looking back. And there's a lot of key learning that comes out of this exercise that's going to move forward into some of the stuff we'll do next. So after that, we'll take a break and then we'll start to do looking forward. So we'll have you guys do a visioning exercise. We'll start it out in small groups and you'll get to have some conversation about maybe headlines for the future, where we want to be, what we want that destination to be in 3 to 5 years. And then have a lunch break from this work that we did in the morning. We'll then debrief that and talk about, we'll be extracting from those storytelling exercises, some themes for mission and the vision. And then we'll get into, so we'll have looked back, we'll have looked forward, and then the afternoon is about thinking, where are we now? And so in this environmental scan, we have some community survey data that we want to share with you. We have the exercises we've done the last 2 years. Last year, we did a SPOT analysis. So looking at strengths, problems, opportunities, and threats. The year before that, we did a context mapping exercise. So we have printouts of those to kind of reflect on, okay, the last couple of years, this is what it looks like. How has that changed or shifted? Maybe not everything has shifted, but what looks different? I know there's also some curiosity about what trends we're seeing in other communities. So this will be a space where we can talk about all of that. Let's look at the current landscape and then think about how that's going to inform the goal areas that we talk about tomorrow. So we'll get through all of that today. We'll do some reflections. We'll do some pregame for day 2. So I didn't put the day 2 agenda up yet because we'll see if we need to shift or make any adjustments to our game plan for tomorrow, and then we'll have you on your way by 3:30 today. Does that sound good? Everybody game for that? Okay. Great. Well, before we get into the guidelines for success, maybe just some quick introductions. I don't want to do a huge warm-up activity, but I'm going to modify this a little bit. As you go around and do your introductions, maybe think back over the past few years and just tell me about a moment that stands out in the organization's story. It could be a big win, a milestone, a funny or a memorable moment, or challenges that helped you grow. And I think this will help kind of springboard us into our history exercise. So just think about that for a moment, a moment that stands out over the last couple of years for the Dalles. A big win, a big challenge, a growth opportunity. And as you go around, share what that is. And once somebody has something and wants to volunteer to kick us off, you'll start it. Let me know. And then your neighbor will maybe dislike you because you're going to set the direction for how we go around this room.
I'll start off. when I became mayor, I anticipated, having to, preside over city council meetings and had the ability to preside in the appropriate way to get business done and still respect citizen input. And I had Amy's predecessor, Isaiah Grossman, make me a sign that said, "Be nice." And I would have that sign and put it up if I ever needed it. And to this day, I've never needed that sign. With one exception, the thing that stands out is I only kicked one person out of the city council meeting in my 6.5 years. And that was the guy that, he ran the dealership on 6th Street, the underwriters, his predecessor. Schultz, yeah, Bob Schultz. We've since kissed and made up, not literally.
I witnessed that.
I don't know, that always stood out to me is all these months of presiding and I've never, everybody's been very civil and despite all the controversial issues we've gotten through in one piece. So I'm thankful for that. And it's, it kind of stands out. The night I kicked Bob Schultz out of the city council.
All right. I mean, that's pretty impressive, 6.5 years in today's world. I don't know that a lot of mayors could share that same story.
Well, I know they can't because I talk a lot.
All right, we're gonna go this way, make our way around, so. And you'll.
All right, my name is Timothy James McLaughlin, 3/10/1952, student ID number 7228, grade 3. Okay, been in the Dalles for 51 years. City council, I think the Dog River project is probably the foremost for us. It will set the future for the Dalles apart from other communities and provide a water source when the future we may need the water. I was really impressed with the Google presentation, the ribbon cutting, storing all of that water in the aquifer. That's amazing.
Yeah.
So
All right,
that's my input.
thank you for sharing. We're gonna go the other way, but we're going this way now. Okay.
You said two, you said two.
I said we were gonna end with him and then. Bring it on. You know what, Sam? We're just taking initiative.
You know what? Yes, I do take, should apply. In elementary, my teacher always wrote on my report card, Timmy does not listen to and follow directions.
Well, you know what? Some things never change. We love that.
Very good thing. Yeah.
All right.
Hey, Amy, just before, can you pull the TV just a little bit over so the side of the room can see it? That's the live.
Don't pull.
Don't pull.
I accidentally unplugged it earlier and it just,
Do you want me to hold
Do
the
you-
plug?
It's not a big deal.
you want it this way?
Cut off for us on the side.
Picky.
You've got
Got it,
you've
Sarah?
got some, yeah.
Live stream.
I've got the cord held, so
How's that?
you're not gonna.
Any better? Or you want it,
You've got,
because
you've got more room if you wanna pull further.
Who serves?
how's that?
Yes, great.
Is that good?
Okay.
Okay. All
Well,
right.
they gave me more time. Something that stands out for me, so when my family and I moved here in 2009, I remember driving down 2nd Street and seeing for lease or for sale signs in a majority of the storefronts on 2nd Street. And since then, I can't really nail down a year that it wasn't, like a moment in time that it wasn't like that. But I think not seeing that was, I think, like kind of a major, I don't know, success point for the city. So that's, I think, what sticks out in my mind. I remember driving down the street and I was excited to be in the Gorge period, but you know, my wife and kids are like, "Where did you move to, Dad?" Like, and you know, not that long after that, they started to move forward. And people started to believe this is so it's really great.
All right.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm veteran. I'm a Marine, and the best day of the year is on Monday next week.
Why is that?
It's the 250th birthday of the Marine Corps.
Oh,
No.
congratulations.
Thank you for your service.
Jeff Waterman, library director. It's funny Ben mentioned that. So I started the Monday after Thanksgiving, 2014. So, I was interviewing with Nolan Young. A couple of the people on the library board took me for a tour of the county and the city. I was very complimentary of everything I saw. And Nolan goes, "Oh, so you didn't see all the for rent signs downtown?" Kind of jokingly. And I didn't. I mean, I think there might have been one. So it's kind of funny. So the biggest change, it's mostly been a big win. So at the library, there have been a lot of changes just in the brick and mortar. Since 2014, we built the big children's edition, which has been pretty successful. We've also created a maker space and a teen space. And so those are all big wins, but also the interactions and the public engagement with those spaces has really been awesome to see. And kind of the change in direction by staffing to facilitate that as well. So yeah, it's just been a pretty big win. Thanks.
Congrats. Josh.
Yeah, Josh Chandler, the Community Development Director. I'd have to say one thing that I've enjoyed watching is my time as the manager, watching some of the changes the agency has made, some big investments and big projects. I can't speak, I've been with the city for 7 years. I can't speak to all the dynamics of the agency. For that time, I know there was at times some criticisms about taking investments in the past, fumbling this, and it's been nice to work with the agency for the past few years and see some of these big changes. And I think probably the most notable is getting our first stream project forward. So that's a little, recent history. But then also just being part of seeing, sad to say, a demolition, but I think that the Tony's building getting demolished, and now is the opportunity to redevelop or really like the center point of our downtown. That was a long project. It was one of those investments that I think it was criticized. Why did we purchase the building? At the end of the day, we just have a nice vacant piece of land downtown, but it was a big accomplishment. That was really part of the work, working with our great agency over the past few years. So I have to say, I think the agency is really in a better shape than it has been in years past. So I'd say that was that's the full turning point that I've been here.
Okay.
Brita Meyer, Finance Director. I'll echo what Ben Ring said in that having grown up in the Dalles, I've seen kind of the waves over the years, but certainly in the businesses that have come and gone. But in the last 5 to 10 years, the revitalization efforts that have taken place downtown the Dalles, you've really seen it, and the businesses coming in and staying. And the efforts to embrace the cruise ship tourists and provide downtown activities for them and outside museum, all these things downtown the Dalles, and we did enough to bring people to them and now we're going forward with the plaza and First Street to make that a place that residents and tourists alike want to go down and spend time in.
Dan McCabe, Public Works Director, but I was originally hired back in October 12th of '98 as the project engineer for the World District, and then later became the city engineer. I've seen a lot and been a part of a lot of big projects, over the years, and it's pretty exciting. I thought originally that, like when the Union Street undercrossing project came in, which was about 2000, so I think when that project happened, it's like this is gonna be the biggest project that we've ever had and that I'll probably ever have in my career, you know. We are looking at bigger projects than that now. You know, the replacement of the water treatment plant and could be some more, bunch of big projects that are gonna have to be occurring at the wastewater treatment plant, so just things keep growing and growing and getting bigger and bigger and, very, very significant, but one of the things that I guess really stands out for me at the very, very beginning, is, my first project that I was, really hired for was to begin the Second Streetscape project. But then also, run the contract for the demolition of the grain elevators, which are, those of you that weren't around here, there used to be grain elevators that were, down where the Lewis and Clark Park now is. And, it was a huge structure. If you walked in those grain elevators, they were just like 2x12s stacked on top of each other up for, 30, 40 feet. And then they went to 2x10s, then they went to 2x6s all the way to the top. And part of the big, part of that project was going to be recycling and reclaiming all the materials from those structures. And they all burnt to the ground. Once it got into, went to contract and something happened.
Hysteria.
Yeah, that they burnt to the ground. So then it became a big demolition project of cleanup of the site, so. But what I was told, during that project was regarding the Getchell building. And I was told nothing happened to the Getchell building with that fire. And I was told as we were doing the demo on the rest of the metal silos that were down there is that nothing is to happen with that Getchell building, because if it does, this will be your first project and your last project. Nothing happened to the Getchell building. You're still here, so I'm still here.
Still here to tell the story. All right, Matthew?
Matthew Cleaves, city manager. I guess for me, for the last 3 years, I've been a new city manager, city attorney came in, we've had new department heads, we've had departments, we've had department shifts, new counselor. And I guess just for me, through all that change, all that work, this team has always been patient, flexible, and supportive, and I think continually offered their insight and opinions. And that's what I think really makes the aspect of strong teams. That engagement, really exhibiting those different qualities. So I think that's really.
Yeah. Okay, Dan?
Good morning, I'm Dan Richardson. I grew up here in the back quite kid years ago, on purpose, and good decision. Just finishing up last Wednesday night, getting reelected, so I was finishing up my 5th year on city council, 7th budget committee. A couple of the sort of the big projects have already been mentioned, and we're in a question. I think one thing I've seen 5 years is kind of a sense of like finding another gear in town. There used to be, well, at least my sense of it growing up, returning, was that the Dalles had a definite theory where it comes. We don't deserve good things, we can't ever build anything new, and we are, my God, it's not gonna be a Cadillac, it's gonna be like the cheapest thing we could get by. There's still that impulse, property taxes are burdensome, but just I think we here as an organization, an organization that helps set the tone for a lot of our community. And here said, yeah, we can do the things. That requires humility so that we don't get carried away or do something foolish, but we're taking on So a lot of big projects, meaningful projects, some that maybe we could have done 20 years ago, 10 years ago. But now we're just doing it, and we're not getting it way, we're saying that makes sense, can we afford it? What's next? I think that's pretty new. I'd like to see if anyone else been here a long time, has the same feeling, but maybe that's a lunchtime conversation.
Yeah.
And I kind of think it's because the people of this room. Whatever, 16,000 people in the Dalles, and everybody has their own story, and there's some people that, have deep economic struggles. That's something to be constantly aware of. But in terms of sort of public life and civic life, we have collectively we got it going on. I don't know.
I love that. Maybe that's an inspire something. Really good. Okay, Amy, my turn.
I'm Amy Allen, city clerk. And my aha moment is right now, today, this morning. I'm watching all these students coming in. We're here at the community college, and I took classes here when I was in high school, like in the 90s. And I just think of the opportunities and the different programs and the growth of this campus and what that maybe has done for our community and what it is doing now. So yeah, that's my moment.
David.
David Mills, I'm the Deputy Public Works Director. Ben, I thought I could say Monday was the greatest day, it's my birthday, but. I'm proud to share it.
That is an awesome day.
Utilization on a regular basis. And then I did that day now. So it's an edge to my.
You said how old the Marine Corps is, how did you?
I'll be 40.
Actually, you can send some.
I think over my little over 9 years here, the biggest thing that I've noticed is the culture shift at the city. I remember my first week coming home and telling my wife, I don't know if I want to work here anymore because I don't witness 3 fist fights and this division of people not getting along in the same department, let alone not talking to anybody in City Hall for Public Works and vice versa. And now new city manager and fresh blood in council, new mayor. The culture's done a 180-degree shift to where people are communicating, we're talking, get along, playing together. It's fun to come to work. You see everybody smiling and everything. So I think that's the.
For this to right now, this sides. Good, thank you. And now Jonathan.
Of the city's attorney. My first memory of the Dalles wasn't even the Dalles, is when I landed at PBS. August of 2020, and I went to go get my car, just picked up and my suitcases in it, and done it before it. Getting out of Portland, I thought it was so cool. He said, "Where are you gonna go? Seattle or the Dalles?" And I was like, "This is awesome," because like I'm about to return to this place that I've never been to, but like I'm really excited about it. It's like, wow, there's like giant metropolis, Seattle and Portland, and then there's the so it had like this sense of wonder. And then I got here and I spent the first 13 days sleeping at the Motel 6 downtown, and it was not at all very wonderful. And it was interesting because like the first day of work at the law firm that hired me, I wore a suit, right? So like city attorney, and I was staying at the Motel 6 for almost 2 weeks, and I'm leaving there in a suit, and everybody's looking at me like, who's this guy? I realized after my first day that nobody really wears suits. That was even lawyers. So that changed. And since then, I think the thing that I care most about this community is that it certainly feels, as somebody coming from Bear City, it feels like characters are everywhere in this community. And a lot of them are in this room. Character is a very positive term.
Yeah, right.
It means you have personality. And feels very alive in our city, capital C levels. So.
I think cities definitely have personality and it's because of the characters that compose them. Okay. Jeff.
Jeff Bernard, airport manager, and I have been here since my mom brought me here in '66. I've watched Echoing Dan and Rita, and just some of the sentiment about this town, having grown up here and just watched it ebb and flow and highs and lows of this community. Probably the biggest win for me at my age now and business is that, again, a group like this, the leadership that's in these rooms. I've never watched, like, I remember some of the fist fight days, some of the different things that went on in this community, and just the infighting within these agencies that are present. And this group is so willing to hear everything that people want to do. And not anybody in here that I can't go have a great relationship with and move forward, whether it be the airport or the public works or the attorney's office. It's just, there's all the pieces. I think that's a win for me for this community, having watched it just basically implode for a few years. I'm encouraged. I love doing this. There's great leadership to follow.
Good.
I've lived here since 1968, and I've seen a lot of changes. The old saying, the more things change, the more they stay the same. That's, I guess, true of the Dalles, because part of that is because of our confinement, you know, the urban growth boundary and our geographic surroundings. You can see all the four boundaries of the Dalles, right, place like this, we go east, west, north, south. You can see the edge of the city, and I don't think that's ever going to change because of, like I say, the urban growth boundary and some of the rules we live under. So from 30,000 foot view, things haven't changed that much. They still kind of see. And I think that gives us kind of some stability. One of the more impactful events was when I first got on the city council. And we had that vote on the development on Thompson and 210th and on Thompson up against the urban growth boundary. It was going to be 80 some units they're going to put in. And all the people in that area were against it. So they all showed up en masse. It was one of our first public meetings I think after COVID here, but we met in person at City Hall of them. So that was kind of intimidating. But since then, that development has been kind of put on hold. It's the property up for sale now, so it's not going to go forward. Eventually, it may come back around, but it kind of was a good learning lesson on how things seem like very radical changes actually aren't that bad at all. Kind of steady out over time. So
Yeah. Crazy, I'm taking my daughter to go get a flu shot, and she was just so nervous, up in arms about it, and then it happened. She's, screaming and throwing fit, and she's like, that wasn't that bad. I cried immediately afterwards. And yeah, development and change like that in a community, it feels very angst inducing, and then it's not that bad. It's inevitable. All right, Brenda.
Brenda Fahey, I'm the Assistant City Manager and the HR Director. I've been with the City of Dalles for a whopping, Saturday will be 6 months. So I know, right? I just got a performance evaluation.
Waiting for the pay bump.
So I think, part of what drew me here and what I'm just continue to be excited about is the opportunity that we have to really think about the momentum that the Dalles has had for positive progression so far, and really lay the foundation for us to kind of accelerate the momentum of going from what I kind of hear of a survival mentality in the Dalles to a thriving mentality in the Dalles, and like what's going to actually draw people in. Not just folks who lived here when they were growing up wanting to come home, but even drawing people in where they want to come here to raise their families, to draw on the community spirit that I see so present. And then as this group with collective experience and the collective energy that we all have, in order to meet that state of really thriving and sustain that, and continue to open up the pathways to see what is possible for the Dalles and how we can get there. Really, how do we grow our services, our partnerships, and our engagement to get there? Because I think that will really draw in that community spirit. I think that's really an opportunity that very much excites me.
All right. Thanks, Brenda. All right, last but not least.
Quite a bit in the beginning.
After, in the last couple of years, what was a project, a milestone, or something that feels very significant to
Yeah,
you?
so I think I can speak to my experience on that. I was here as a trooper originally in the late nineties, and I think we can all agree that the town was a lot different back then. And when I came back here and took the job 4.5 years ago, went out on the streets and the former chief said, hey, I gotta go introduce you to some important people. Took me down to Pentland Street and said, hey, this gal lives on the street, lives on the streets, you gotta know these people, because you're gonna deal with them a lot. And that was true. And after work that day, my wife and I were like, well, let's go up to Cirrhosis Park. It's beautiful. I remember what it used to look like. And we'll take a walk, talk about how the day went. And Cirrhosis Park was like decimated. All the beautiful trees were gone and stuff. And I was like, man, this town has changed a lot. So it was like, this town has changed a lot. And then as I got my feet under me here, I can tell you that the experience of a lot of people living in this town is one of downtrodden desperation. And I don't want you to throw a wet blanket on it, but there's a lot of people that don't live like us. They need help. They need effective law enforcement to keep them safe and city services. And so I always try and remind myself that just because we're in these positions, many people out there are not living any kind of an experience like we are. So, you know, the police department, which is my focus and concern, we went through staffing ups and downs. We're 26 all in, 26 badges to protect this whole city. And I've hired 13 since I've been here. So we have a very inexperienced department. Now, some of those people came in with prior experience, so that's helpful. But we're serving the city very inexperienced, and it keeps me up at night. Not for the experience and the leadership of our sergeants on the road, I probably wouldn't sleep away. So I'm proud of the people. I'm so proud that we've still got young, up and coming all-star officers that are willing to answer that call every day and get out there and hustle and do what's right for this community. It's just mostly, almost entirely doesn't seem, but they're doing great work out there every single day. There's not been 1 minute since I got here that we haven't had a police officer on duty in the city. So we're around the clock and we're out there doing the best we can. And we appreciate any support.
All right, well, thank you. I think this will bring some inspiration to the exercise we're gonna do here in a moment of thinking about some of the highlights and major milestones and successes, and then also some of the challenges and things that keep us up at night. And we want to be able to map all that. So hopefully this gets you thinking down those paths as we think about how to build our history story. Before we do that, just thinking about the work we have ahead of us today and tomorrow, what are some guidelines that will help us be successful in our efforts? What do we need collectively for success in our work? Some groups need ground rules. I feel like this group doesn't necessarily need like hard ground rules, misbehaving in any way, but what can help us be successful? Yeah.
For the public live stream viewing this, I hope that we can all speak up, have a little bit louder voices than your normal speaking voice.
Okay, so speak up, we're engaging just beyond this room, others people listening in.
Hope we can reach near unanimous consensus on agreeing on goals for the next 3 to 5 years.
Okay.
I think two things that come to my mind, we talked about it last year, the year before that, with the airplane hangar parking lot concept there.
Yes.
The hangar, so we don't go down a rabbit hole too far. I think the other thing here, and you know, we ask questions and we want to give our feedback and everything. You know, we have a day and a half, try and give us as much time as we can, so it's okay to say, come back to me, I need a moment to think.
Okay.
We're trying to create some space here and our busy work days to really be thoughtful about this. So get a bit more time, or you want to, you know, skip and come back to me, you know, don't take this in.
Airport hangar, AR? AR. Thanks. Okay. What else? Anything else for success?
I'd say one thing would be helpful is don't assume knowledge on other people's parts. Sometimes you start talking about a program or an initiative, just understand that somebody else might not have the background if you do.
To say, share the air, like make sure you're giving space for others to speak. If you've been sharing a lot, maybe sit back and see what else comes to life.
Yes. All right. Others? What's that? Have fun? No fun allowed. Yes, have fun. I love that one.
What's the name called?
Thanks for not making me say it.
Keeping the focus on local issues and not like, geographical, like Hood River, Portland, or national issues be brought in. So keep the focus local.
Okay.
Consider workforce capacity to.
Okay.
We get skis on what we accomplish. We gotta do that.
Yeah, I think I didn't, in the outreach, I didn't even just hear it was just workforce capacity. I heard it's also council capacity. You guys did have a lot of meetings. A lot of meetings, a lot of engagement, a lot of involvement. A lot of long meetings. Yeah, so we'll consider capacity on all fronts.
Ask questions.
Yes.
Don't be afraid to ask questions.
Yeah, I think that kind of goes with don't assume knowledge.
Yep.
I don't think this is a ground rule. I think it's just thought. You know, having participated in vision discussion, strategic planning discussion about who we are and what we want to be, where we're headed, et cetera, et cetera. But again, I don't think this is a ground rule, but I'm interested in hearing more about what we want to be as opposed to what we're going to be. So comment about Wood River, like I've heard quite a bit of the individuals in this group or the community that we don't want to do that, which is fine. No problem with that, but I'd like to have a little bit more focus on what we want to come rather than the inverse.
Also, maybe staying within the scope of what the city should be doing. There's a lot of things we could be doing, but we're not gonna solve, national immigration issues or anything like that. Find those things that are within the scope of city functions.
It's almost building a belief statement that we believe and respect towards citizens. We listen to people, we react to concerns, complaints, and we try to find solutions. I think that builds kind of collectively what we want to accomplish if we want to do a long-term projection.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna get in. I think that'll kind of tie into some of our value statement.
Value and beliefs.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Feel good about this list of guidelines? Do this. Okay. Great, thank you. So just real quick, we'll make up some time on our agenda here, but thinking about the strategic plan process itself. So we did some engagement with you all ahead of today's conversation, and we'll share the results of that when we get into our context piece or the environmental scan. Today, we will work on building the foundations of the plan. So hopefully coming up with some, we're not going to I just want to be really clear. We're not going to wordsmith a vision statement in here. We're going to extract some vision themes. And even the mission statement. We might arrive at something, but it's more about highlighting what are the key elements that we want to have in a mission statement when we think about our purpose. And then we'll be testing, again, same thing with values. We'll be testing some concepts around values and maybe we come up with some pretty clear words. You know, sorry, I thought I got it. There we go. But it's about getting the main ideas and we'll do some wordsmithing after the fact. And then following today's conversations, we'll be testing that with the organization. So there'll be an opportunity for additional input on the mission, the vision, and the values. Are we straight?
Someone needs to bring
Sasha down.
Sasha down. Wow.
Perfect.
Usually I'm not trying to be more sensitive to your height.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. So we'll be testing, this won't be the final iteration, but we're trying to come together, find some consensus around these themes, and then there'll be some additional engagement to build out the plan itself. The other thing that we'll arrive at by the end of the day and a half is the station of some goal focus areas. Maybe they're the same as the ones we've had in the past, or maybe they need to be modified a little bit. And it won't be coming up with actions for all of those. You may have some insights on what those actions should be. We're going to capture that. But we clearly want to understand for those goal areas, what is the outcome that we're driving towards for those. And then for the 1 year piece of it, well, for the council priorities, because that's what feeds into the development of your budget. Though that's when we'll get a little more specific. So kind of drawing on the bigger picture and those larger outcomes, it'll be what is the focus for this year and what do metrics look like around that. And then there'll be more work on the strategic plan post council workshop. So just know that that's part of it. But what you'll end up with at the end are a mission, a vision, values, goals, strategic actions around those goals, but then some council priorities for the year ahead to help design and resource your budget around. Questions about that framework?
Can you speak briefly to what post meeting, post goal setting work you're gonna be doing?
With staff, yeah, so we'll, the value statements especially will be making sure, because again, values, you want your organization to feel bought into those values as well. So what we talk about today, we'll test those values and make sure that the organization also sees themselves in those values, or make sure that we're not missing anything when they think about what guides their service delivery. So that'll be part of it, some engagement with the organization around that. And then taking those outcomes that we talk about with around the goals and working with the city leadership team to think about, okay, how, if these are the outcomes we're driving towards over the next 3 to 5 years, how do we align our work around that? What are some of the more like tactical specific things that the organization will need? They're like, great, council wants this outcome, but then what's the thing that's going to help us get there that kind of translates more into a work plan for staff? Okay.
One of the things that I mentioned in my interview was this whole thing about community perceptions of the city. And one of the keys to that is something you've talked about, mentioned, is the community survey. Is my question premature? Is it we're going to be getting in that way?
We are going to be getting into that. We actually have, we'll have a handout that summarizes those results, and we'll talk through those as part of our the Where Are We Now piece, the environmental stamp today. So people get into it. And talk about, because I think it's important to think about, is there a goal or an outcome that maybe shapes around that perception, and how to shift it based on what you're doing there. We talked about some community engagement stuff last year. You guys have made some good strides in that realm, but I think there's, you know, based on what you see in those perceptions survey results, there may be some more to do. Okay, other questions? All right, let's get into our graphic history. So let me explain. So why do we have any history enthusiasts in this room? Yes, couple. Why do we? What's exciting about history? Why do we get into history? What's important or what's fun about looking back in time?
There's nothing new. It's already happened somewhere or sometime.
Okay. So is there comfort in that?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, what else?
Lessons to be learned.
Lessons to be learned, certainly. Yeah, that's an important piece of feedback.
It's valuable to know where you come from, or how things have evolved to its present situation.
To build strategic plans that you don't make the same mistakes of the past.
Yeah, so we wanna, it's good, we gather good insights and good learning from looking back. We wanna make sure we don't repeat the same mistakes. Anything else?
You learn what worked.
Yeah,
Say it again. You learned what did work.
yeah, so maybe identifying some trends that we can build momentum around. What's something in this community that really seems to like strike a chord with people, and how can we maybe leverage that same energy or thing when we're approaching another challenge. So that's one thing that we're looking for as we get into this exercise. So
What I like about history is, you know, like in school, you read it and you know, whatever you're reading about from history in a textbook, like it's fact. And the interpretation of history, people's perceptions of what happened and how it happened, where they are, is very interesting.
Yes.
Cause like, here's what happened, right? And it's like, well, no, that's not really how it happened, and getting into those different pieces.
thank you for saying that, because that's really like the most fun and exciting part of this. Like, I don't live in the Dalles, I'm here just doing this work with you, but I am excited for this exercise because I learned so much about the communities through that piece. And it's not just historical facts, it is the actual story that's with it. So I find that folks really enjoy this. First, to be able to share some historical knowledge, which is always important to have. It's like that institutional knowledge that goes away if you don't capture it somewhere. But then maybe there's something you always wondered about, like why do we do it this way? Or like, how did this become this thing? And this is where we can uncover some of that. Like, yeah, we know downtown is this way because like now, but like, you know, how did those events unfold? What led to that? And this is an opportunity to kind of get in and explore some of it. And so again, as I mentioned earlier today, we've got different tenures in here as far as people who've been in the community maybe their whole lives. You know, we have different age ranges in here, so that tenure looks different. We've got new people around the table, or you know, who've been here a short time, and it's all welcome. Everybody has a different lens with how they look at how they look at history, or again, bringing in new perspectives allows you to ask questions. So I don't want you to feel like you're like, well, I haven't been here that long, I should take a back seat. Like, no, I'm relying on you to ask questions about it and be curious as we approach the exercise. So purpose, we want to visualize the larger historical context of the Dalles. Think about how the past might inform our future direction. Build and strengthen our group memory and respect for the past is part of what we're going to be doing here. Be inspired and re-energized. Think about our current situation in order to envision the future. So this exercise directly builds on will help us build on what we're doing next. And then see maybe commonalities among individual perspectives. And it's also a space to celebrate accomplishments. We talked about some milestones to kind of get us going this morning, but feel free to stop and celebrate how significant things were as we go through the story. So timeline. First couple things we need to do is we need to establish how we shape our timeline. When was the Dalles incorporated? Oh,
1857.
somewhere between 57 and 59.
It's 57, yeah. That's what the Union Street undercrossing structure says.
Okay, all right, so we should go with that because it sounds like sense to change the time. 1857-ish. And so I think putting that many years on the timeline could be a lot. So I think some of like the later history we can capture up here kind of in the beginning, but when would it make sense to start our timeline down here? How many years back do we want to go? Because we need to get up to 2025 here at the end. So where should we start? How far back?
I would think the sixties, because that's kind of where contemporary the Dalles, you know, with the freeways, the dams, all got kind of put in at about that time.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Does it make sense to start in the 60s? And then everything before the 60s will kind of capture up here?
Yeah, dam and the interstate from the 50s.
Yeah.
The freeway down here was in the sixties.
It's also good. Dam was-
Okay.
I think that's
But it changed, I think that's the biggest change. Like I say, the contemporary, the Dalles is kind of like cut off the river because of that freeway and that's what a lot of the aluminum plant came in, the economic development. And the irrigation is super.
The 1950s was a big decade of change because they built the bridge. Before that, there was an area there. They built the dam was dedicated in 1957 in March. The freeway started coming through. The aluminum plant was built because of the dam. They built the big 80 substations. All of that stuff happened, and that's why we got a whole bunch of people on the west side of town living in trailers and eventually caused the separation into two school districts, so those were big changes.
Yeah.
So I wrote a book on the first 150 years of Wasco County. So.
All right,
Shut up from now on.
1950?
And we talked about just to toss out another one. We talked about it just a little bit, but the D21 merger and closure.
When did that happen?
2007.
Yeah, but the fight with, I mean, so with the aluminum was, I mean, 60s, 70s, 80s. And it was like this in the community, the Orchard community, the aluminum plant. It split the community for decades.
Okay, so I'm still, I feel like
It's in that
50 still feels appropriate. Okay, all right, we're gonna go with 1950. And this is not to scale, okay, so we're just, I'm gonna put some lines up here, we're gonna do our best, so. Do 60, 70, 80, 90, 2000, 10, and 20, good, 20 to 25, right? Pretty good. Okay, other thing we should know about this exercise is that we're not fact checking, we're getting dates as close to as we can. You're welcome to use your phones for this part of the exercise like that. I don't typically encourage like technology to be out, because I think it's distracting, but you know, if it helps to Google something, great, but like, let's not be too much, be sticklers too much on the dates, like we're, you know, close, we're gonna get close. And then you guys can correct it at the break if you want. Okay, so the first thing, now that I'm getting the timeline up here, the first thing we can do is you guys have these little Post-it people. Put your name on the bottom, and then you'll be able to post kind of when, either when you join, when you move to the Dalles, or when you join the organization, or if you were born here, you might have to come up to the beginning. If it was before the 1950s, again, not trying to like, and you can also put on here when you join city council. So if you don't want to go all the way back to the beginning, whatever makes sense for you. But you're all part of the story, so we want to capture you. And then while you're getting your name on your people, one other thing to just orient you to. Some of the things in our story that we'll be looking to capture, and again, this is gonna get really messy, but Sasha's really gotten good at mastering the digital version of this. She's like ready down here, so ready. We're gonna talk about, in our story, we wanna highlight any goals, like goals that you accomplished or results, any major projects or strategies. Were there key events? And sometimes it's key events in the community. Sometimes it's key events like in just the world. So, you know, like when we get down to 2020, COVID would be considered a key event. So anything that's happening globally or nationally or regionally, those all count because they influence what's happening globally. So we'll put your people up here, but then maybe there's other significant leaders or people who came into the Dalles that we need to reference. City services or sites. So a lot of times we'll hear about things that were constructed, whether it's parks or facilities or new services that were added. And then as we get into lessons learned, any key learning that we should point out. So those are some of the elements to our story. And again, it's just know it's going to get messy. It's going to get crazy. I need to get some Post-its up here so I don't miss anything. Okay. She does stopped. She stopped. All right. I gotta be ready to mark something if I can't write fast enough. Okay. Good. So let's start by getting your people up here. Go ahead. Did you get your name on your people? And then come up and put yourself down towards the bottom of the map here. First thing on the map. Right there. Just put it down towards the bottom. Good. Yeah.
Work for you, you have to think.
Very small.
Ready, my pipe?
I'm gonna say it's all.
She's trained. Oh, thank you.
It's been here longer than two.
Of course. Okay, got a timeline, sorry, on this time.
Not what anybody needs anyways.
This also creates some accountability, so I know where you are in the timeline, so that way, if I'm looking for people to add some context or history to a certain piece of our story, I know who. They're one. They're one. All right, got everybody? Okay, good. So let's get a couple facts up here for at the beginning. So pre-1950, the Dalles incorporates in 1857, we said?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. What was the Dalles before incorporation?
Territory, Wasco County.
It was an airport across the river in 1941. The military used.
Okay, so 1941, airport across the river. And Wasco County existed before 1857?
Actually, it was Methodist Mission and Fort Dalles. And yeah, I think the Methodist Mission and the Oregon Trail.
Fort Dalles.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, going way back. Oregon Trail is big, decision at the Dalles.
It was what?
Decision at the Dalles, where
Decision at the Dalles.
the pioneers had to determine if they were gonna. Well, it was, yeah, it was Clark even before that.
Also where you died.
Okay. So before incorporation, there's people coming through here and the decision at the Dalles, you're either gonna keep on, or you go to what, Oregon City, or you're staying
You go around the mountain and down the river.
around the mountain or down the river. Okay, yeah, so dysentery, right? Not a gas station, not the train station. Okay, anything else you should note about things pre-1857? That were important in the formation of the Dalles?
Or Dalles.
Fort Dalles, Barlow Road.
Well, and Salilo Falls.
Fort Dalles. Why is Barlow Road significant?
Well, prior to the people going down the river on barges, it was backlogged. That's why the city was formed. But then people went south and went across Mount Hood down into the Oregon Valley, the Willamette Valley.
Okay,
So
Part of the decision.
that was part of the decision.
it was an alternative to river. A lot of people lost their lives getting all the way across the country, getting on a barge and getting killed, drowned.
Yeah, okay, you don't know how to swim, this is an alternative.
Dead meat.
Well, and it's long been an economic hub, I mean, dating way back to Salilo Falls and the Native American population. But then even into the 1800s, the sheep farms in South County, I mean, that's why we have the mint. They were going to have a mint here in the Dalles.
They were going to have a what?
A US mint.
Oh, okay,
Because there was so much.
because there's so much
Economic
economic activity.
activity.
Okay, so early on, it's been a hub of economic activity.
Crossroads.
So a hub of economic activity because of the crossroads.
Because it was both east, west, north, south, yeah.
Okay,
So it's-
I think Rita said the Salilo Native American location that's been here.
what was it?
Before. Salilo, CEL.
ILO.
Yes.
Okay. All right, anything else
This is
important?
also
to note?
like considered like the last stop. Really important.
Last stop,
Maybe it wasn't, they ended up with, so, yeah. That's kind of the thing that I always remember, like, my grandparents drove me through here in the nineties, so we did, go camping and stuff like that, they live with son. And I was always, we'd come down 84 and play this, like, all of a sudden, it's like. There's nothing. And there's nothing for like a long time,
Okay,
so like, yeah.
so kind of considered the last stop.
Gold Rush,
you know,
this is a town that had the mint, never minted a coin.
Shannon,
When was the gold rush?
1860s, 61, 62, discovered over in John Day, and this was the biggest town close enough. This is where they went home now. That's where they decided to build a mint. They never got it.
Okay,
At one time, the town was larger than Spokane in Seattle.
all right. Okay, anything else? Anything else historically we need to know?
1858 hired for police officer.
1858 first police officer? Okay,
Marshall.
Marshall.
Voted out before we got back. from one thing.
first marshal,
It took a long time. City marshal, you know.
is that the first employee? Maybe,
Probably not, it was looking hired.
well, you guys,
Okay.
okay. Anything else before we get to 1950? What else is happening in the Dalles? You incorporated the city 1857, and so for 100 years, like what's the first 100 years of incorporation look like?
well, Lewis and Clark stopped here on the way down to the ocean, so they ventured, they stayed and replenished. Another item was the Dalles, this area was a trading center thousands of years.
Okay, so this is this.
The trading center of native population.
There was a couple of large fires that just essentially destroyed downtown, a flood within like 10 years of the. That was like turn century, right? Plus or minus.
Around 1900?
There was one or two big fire.
1870s.
Fire. Really fire.
The infamous pineapple wars.
Like,
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Exactly, exactly. The pineapple wars, yeah.
The pineapple wars?
Yeah.
What's that?
Take us down to toilet. Go ahead, go, please, sorry. Got it.
So they're in Dalles. Because they built the Bonneville Dam, at first, that made it potentially navigable for large ships to come all the way up to the Dalles. So it was the Charles H. Wheeler came in, I think it was 1936 or 37. And they built a huge dock out in the river. Anticipating this was going to be seaport, basically. And,
The Charles Wheeler?
this is 1936, 37.
Yeah.
In the 40s, I don't know the exact year, but there was a strike in Honolulu of the dock workers, that the Pacific Coast dock workers in sympathy would not unload any ship that came that was loaded up by people that were not union people in Hawaii. So the pineapple growers were frantic because they had lots of pineapple to deliver to Del Monte, which chopped it all up and made, salad, all that sort of thing. They tried to bypass by coming to the Dalles. And then the ship came to the Dalles and the union found out about it, and there were scuffles on the waterfront where people locked up, there were threats. A couple of people got injured, and eventually they offloaded the pineapples that came here onto the train and sent it down to Del Monte. Shit, oh, baby, ended, but it was a big deal at the time.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Hey, I brought it up. No worries.
Just to throw one, and I'll do it as fast as we can. There was
in between, there was a really large fish canning industry.
Yeah.
In the Dalles.
Okay.
Say 1880, 1920, somewhere.
Okay.
And all along the river. I mean, I saw a map last year that had like 40 fish kilos here. I mean, one of the times when I went to Dalles and the other, of course.
And where, that was like in the 1890s?
Late 1800s, early 19. Yeah, 1880, 19, and early 1920s.
Well, that same day, I mean, fish, meat, sheep, I mean, it's fish.
Yeah, okay. So the economy looks like meat, fish,
Sherry. Very bad.
berries, okay. So it's egg, it's a lot of eggs.
Historic.
Okay. Okay. All right, our primary economic sectors. Fine, okay. Great, what's coming next? What's happening then, we're 1936, 37, this was the Charles Wheeler was able to come because of the dam.
Yeah,
When does the dam get constructed?
1936.
Okay.
This is Bonnyville downstream from us.
Okay,
Slack water come up as far as the Dalles.
When's the Dalles then? The Dalles land?
1957, March.
okay, so Bonneville Dam. 1936, and then when is the Dalles Dam?
1957.
1957. That is a key event. And why is the Dalles Dam so important?
Electricity. Electricity.
Power generation.
And the aluminum plant.
Yeah, why are they making, why is this investment being made? Because of the aluminum plant?
No, 5%.
The aluminum
Aluminum
plant.
plant.
To bring, okay, so that came from there.
Is it fair to say that Google would be here, but
Yeah, but I don't want to say aluminum.
When does the
plant.
aluminum plant then come? If the dam's built in 57,
Same time, yeah.
right around the same time?
Yeah.
Another thing is flood control, but I think the biggest reason the dam was built was because of Vanport flooding and flood. It passed the
The Vanport flood in 48.
48 is when they passed the legislation to build the dam. Help control the flooding. But also, yeah, power generation, but also navigation. Like Roger was saying, listening to the stern wheelers of the ships coming up to the Dalles, what's the dams? Well, even before the dams were built, the river's navigation. There was a canal from the Dalles above Slapper Falls.
Hold on, if there's side conversation happening, it's hard to hear. Sorry, you guys are gonna.
Wait,
We're gonna have to
kind of goes back to the whole, to the river.
Okay, so part of it is around the flood, part of it's because of just navigation. But there's a couple of reasons that are contributing to the dam that's sparking the dam construction. Navigation, flood, and power. Right? Are all kind of making dam construction possible, but then you get the aluminum plant, and that's
Before you leave the dam though, I think
Yeah.
we gotta acknowledge that that ended the way of life for the native population here by flooding Swallow Falls.
that way.
Ended the way of life for our native population.
Okay,
It decimated their fishery and flooded a lot of their tool sites.
because of the dam. Okay. So this one impact is just how we want to characterize this, just ended the way of life of native population or?
Indigenous people impacts in every part of their life.
That's true.
And where does the population then migrate to, or where?
They're still here.
But this is outside their traditional homes.
Okay.
1975, the shopping center was built. Prior to that time, the downtown was all retail. We had 3 drugstores, we had lumber yards, we had food stores, and all over time shifted now.
That was Cascade Square.
Yes,
All car dealership for that.
yes.
Okay, pardon, yeah.
Used to be a gas station.
Okay, so Cascade Square comes in 1975, and what happens to downtown?
Started changing.
Retail shift, so retail shift. What else is happening? Anything else from the 1950s that's really significant?
I'd say in the 1950s, there was also the irrigation district, which allowed a bit more stability for the agricultural sector.
Okay,
When did,
And the interstate.
when did,
in the interstate,
get built?
so irrigation district
1965
was two, we're also.
and I-84.
Well, I think we were Dalles City back then.
Okay, I'm gonna,
Two graveyard.
I'll put it in parentheses, I-80.
So there was a Dalles school district.
1970,
Hold on, let me finish this one.
There was the Dalles School District and the Dalles High School and then the Wetumpka campus, and that school district was formed.
1964. It's
So
when the
you
two
had
school
the
districts
two
split.
school districts that became,
Okay, so 2 school districts in.
3 actually.
Huh?
Petersburg was actually 3 districts.
Why? Why do we have 3 separate districts?
Nobody could get along.
Because what?
Nobody could get along.
Yeah.
Um,
You had the farmers at Petersburg, you had the aluminum workers at Chenoweth, and you had the city of Dalles.
Okay, so farmers at which one?
Petersburg.
Petersburg?
One was 2.
Duper was, it formed and Petersburg became part of Duper.
And then aluminum workers were up there. Chenoweth? And then what was the third one?
the Dalles.
The Dow,
TD.
which is everybody else. Okay.
Department of Education, 1974, I think, was the pre-sold education service district, which ultimately evolved into the college we're sitting at right now.
That was 1974.
It wasn't a college, it was an education service district originally before they had to change some rules so that we come to the college, maybe.
It was called Treaty Oak.
Named after their oak under which the 1855 treaty with the tribes was signed. Like it was not anymore.
When does it become the community college?
And
Which one?
This site?
Judson Baptist on this campus. But Treaty Oak was actually down on the corner of 4th and Washington. And then they moved up after Treaty Oak or after Judson went bankrupt.
Yeah.
The internet says.
This was a TB hospital, was it 18 seconds?
Correct.
Community college was 1977.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
The name of the city of the Dalles came around in 1966. Before that, it was Dalles City.
You're the 4.
Dow, 1966.
Yeah.
Why did they change it? Does anybody know?
Why did they name the city of the Dalles that?
Dalles City.
Why does it go from Dalles City to City of the Dalles?
I'll find the resolution real quick. I'll find it.
Does anybody know?
Was there confusion with Dallas?
I don't know. I've always wondered why it's Dalles or just like.
It was laid out French fur trappers originally. Hudson Bay fur trapping was here.
Was it derivation of French and rabbits?
No, that was laid out, was, yes, it was.
The rapids, the stepping stones, the formation of the rocks and river, like that's what trappers.
Yeah, okay.
I want to mention the rodeo, which existed for 50 years here in town, which is a long part of the town's character.
Oh,
Now you're talking.
the rodeo? When was that? What era?
1950s up through early 2000s. I don't know the last one.
Yeah.
Like 2012, I think.
All right.
November 2012.
So the rodeo,
It would have been in the late nineties or early 2000s.
why did it go away?
Chief knows.
It was inner, I would say, drama between factions within the community that, and there were other, it was in decline. Economic, I think it was well attended, but I think it's just internal factors.
The rodeo ended because they lost their rentals.
Well, that's true. That was the final nail, but before that, and that was it was a Google purchase of the property. Yeah, that prompted them to close and move everything.
Okay,
The aluminum company originally was leasing it to them for $1 a year.
Correct.
When they sold the property to Google.
That's the way it worked.
okay.
Go up there a little bit.
When does the aluminum plant close?
Mid-80s.
Well, it closed the first time and it was sold.
We kind of staggered through a couple of levels of closure.
And that's what I've heard is that
So,
it's
but-
kind of a ripple.
So wait, so prior to this, like historically, the early, like late 1800s, early 1900s, were fish canning, ag, like that's pretty much it. And then in the 1950s, we shift to the aluminum plant as another economic driver.
Yeah, I would say another, not ship.
The aluminum plant was named Harvey Aluminum. And then it became Martin Marietta. And then it became Northwest Aluminum.
But to your point, I think it was like cherries and aluminum.
Okay, so in the 1950s, it's ag and aluminum.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that ends like finally, maybe like late 80s. Early. Finally just go.
And in the early
I think
90s,
fishing was probably in there as well.
and fishing is still part of it.
I think this is very close on time.
Fishing is not part of it in the 1950s.
Yeah, that was a super fishing, they had a wheel out there, I think.
That was closed in like the 20s.
No,
The cannery,
the cannery's still there.
super cannery closed, I think, when the dam was built.
Yeah, somewhere there. Before it got
Fish
down.
industry, that was the real driver.
But in the
That closed down.
In the 1950s, fishing is not a primary industrial driver in the or economic driver.
It was in the 50s.
Was in the 50s.
Okay,
Yeah, it was major,
Up
yeah,
until the 50s, sort of through the parkway.
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So agriculture, electricity.
So, but here in the, one of the things just to note is that here in the 1950s, your economy is shifting.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and then what happens in the 90s? You said it closes? The aluminum plant closes
It was in the 80s.
in the 80s, okay? And then what happens to the economy?
Tanked. It shifted. People had to adjust.
But what, I mean, do we see a downturn?
Yes.
Are we seeing, I get what I'm trying to get at is what's happening in the community during this economic time? Are we seeing community growth? Are we seeing growth in the city?
It's like in the west side of the Dalles.
Yeah, like, absolutely.
That's what
Okay, so this,
Closed in the 80s, it was booming.
One thing we haven't talked about was the influence of the Rajneesh on the community.
We'll get
I'm not done yet with this part.
transitory.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand that like if we have economic growth that's happening in the Dalles, which means there's gotta be growth happening elsewhere. Are you building houses? Are people
Exactly.
living in tents? Are we building infrastructure? What are we?
Shortages and where to go to schools, infrastructure, that all had to be expanded because of the economic growth that's going on.
Yeah, so tell me, I want to hear that part of the story. Where's the
When I
growth
was
happening?
here in 1968, we're still there. There was a bunch of temporary houses for construction workers.
Okay,
They were put in, and then they became rentals. They're, like I say, they're still there. A bunch of duplexes.
okay, so in the sixties. There,
Temporary housing for.
temporary housing for construction workers.
That's kind of the.
Kind of small, low rate housing.
Well, that started in the fifties though, but it continued in the sixties.
What sort of investments is the city making during this time?
Don't know.
Like during the 1950s and 60s, if we know that the economy is growing and we're building houses. You can't build houses without infrastructure.
They started the sewage treatment plant in 1958.
Okay, all right, yeah, we gotta have a place to deal with that. Okay, so sewage treatment,
And water treatment.
Yeah, you gotta have water.
The water
Yeah.
treatment plant was 50 too, I think.
Hopefully,
Everyone we still have today.
Yeah, cause it's.
Okay, so sewage and water-
End of its life.
sewage and water treatment is 1958. Again, this just kind of points to some of the ages of your infrastructure in some parts of town.
So so the dam was completed in 1957, but if you take the tour, the first of 14 generators was actually installed in like 1960 or 62.
Okay,
So like through the 60s, that's when the dam was there, but it didn't actually start generating electricity. Oh, well after that.
okay,
I think it's, and that timeline too, though, that became kind of the division between the community, between the west side and east side. There's two school districts, or at least we're talking about it.
okay.
The construction workers on one side of town, the other side. And
Okay, so division and community, and what are the two sides?
East and west.
There's the east and the west, okay.
Yeah, two school districts, basically.
They wanted to define it enough that one month they paid all the aluminum workers in silver and gold. So that they can show the impact of the aluminum plant in the state. Wow.
The
two school
Gentlemen, school district couldn't
Okay.
exist without the women plant
And
tax
yeah.
base.
And newer homes.
Yeah, what's the difference? I don't know that much about the Dalles. What's the difference between the east side and the west side?
Development. The west side is underdeveloped.
Okay,
There's a lot of housing out there, but this, like, we just recently put in some sidewalks.
No,
Yeah.
no sidewalks, gravel roads.
About socioeconomic.
Trailer parks.
this is on the west side?
I think Roger hit a good point, like, if you look at the Dalles, their houses exist on the east side, but I think pretty much all of our trailer parks, except for the one. The one down by, yeah, like, that's the only one on the west side, but the east side. Or what, sorry, the east
West
side,
side,
the west side has like all of our. It's almost transient housing parks that are.
So socioeconomics look drastically different on the west side than the
Yes.
east. Okay.
So I don't think this would resonate with the group, like, I think it's the one where you look back to the like original upon. Some older, wealthier family lines from that original or the Dalles or on the.
Folks who made it here and settled.
Yeah, that original kind of industry, fishing, wheat, et cetera. And the aluminum plant came in, really, working class
Like
families
blue
that
collar
really pushed that
jobs.
growth west. And the aluminum plant went away, which kind of put the legs out from under them to some extent,
Okay,
which impacted the whole town. But those wealthy families or family lines from the original days are still here, still around in many different ways. I mean, Suffords, Shannon, I mean, there's a lot of different family names out there. And there's still a lot of activity there. So that's kind of maybe kind of the ebb and flow that have led to contribute to the development of the east and west side and kind of where it's been.
And I would think some of the political strife that has happened over the decades with some of the families.
okay, so the aluminum plant closing is really like this west side. It creates a lot of hardships for the families that live on this part of town.
Really close off. An economical ladder where guys, mostly men, we go straight from high school or even out of high school, into a really solid job. Just like immediate, family wage job.
Eliminating family wage jobs.
Classic case one time when there was some problems, because there was. Some of the farmers accused the plant of putting pollution out, there were some lawsuits involved in that, and so to demonstrate their impact, they paid everybody cash in silver dollars.
Yeah, that's what.
One time. That demonstrated.
So then when this aluminum plant closes, do these people disperse? Do they, like, does another industry rise up? Like what happens? Is it just like is there a depression that's happening during this period?
I worked here.
Or a recession? What's happening at a bigger level?
I worked here for a little bit in the early 2000s. And I was working in the adult education program, people getting their high school diplomas as adults, things like that. And a lot of the people I worked with were being re-educated or retrained from the aluminum.
Okay, all right, so there's
So I would say retraining efforts. Many people stayed, but they were at different vocations.
But I would say a blue collar option, like what the implement and provided was never redeveloped or never. There's no.
okay. Okay, so I know the rodeo was kind of part of a cultural identity, but they sold the property to Google. When does Google first make its presence in Dalles?
2002,
Project O2.
2005.
But they started owning property in the
Yeah,
nineties.
so the rodeo markets.
It's further down.
And the aluminum plant reopened. It opened up for another 4 years.
Yeah, it's still here.
No, it's not this year, recycle.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Brett Wilcox bought the aluminum plant and reopened Northwest Aluminum. That was only a 4 to 5 year period, right? And was it the same scale? It was Oregon aluminum all over. I worked there from 90 to 94.
Where, in the nineties, okay, so it reopens for a period, it's not, is it reopened now?
No, it was the metal.
Sold to the Chinese.
There is an aluminum presence here, still just not.
Correct, yeah, not a smelt, we don't have a smelter here, we have a.
It's like a few dozen jobs, as opposed to like 7 or 800, right?
Yeah, there
I'd
was,
say the rodeo, I think is probably like 2012.
Yeah,
in the nineties, I was employee number 450.
Okay, so when does Google make its presence, 2005?
Yes.
Okay,
Which is plus or minus this within a year or two of the school districts remerging, right?
Yeah, the first.
2004,
Yeah, plus or minus a year, yeah, look at it.
because I came in 2005, a year later.
okay, the school districts merged in 2004.
Yes.
Right about, so right at the same time, yeah, same time, more or less.
Something else that hasn't been mentioned, that's the logging industry took a big hit in the late 80s. So the Dalles was a big logging town, but there were a couple of mills here. It impacted something.
It was called Mountain Fir. So that one burned down.
You had mills out like Bobbin.
Oh, when does so when is the logging industry important? That
87,
Still,
early 90s. The spotted owl controversy.
So what's so here in the 50s, our industry is ag, aluminum, fishing. And then in the 80s, what's the economy look like? It's logging.
And no, agriculture, charity.
Cherries and aluminum in the 80s, right?
And I would say in the 80s, it switched almost primarily to cherries and weed. Instead of other
Of course.
stone fruit prior to that. In the 50s, 60s, even 70s, it was peaches and nectarines and apricots.
Okay, so ag,
Cherries.
aluminum closes, so it's no longer significant. So ag, logging, is logging significant? or-
Logging is significant in the state of Oregon, so it was another place someone could go done a lot of education to get a good with
Okay.
the job, but it was dying out about the same time the Lumen Pact was, so. It was never really big in the Dow, but in the state of Oregon, it's huge.
This is like a pop culture thing and it's totally unrelated to like what we're talking about, but I didn't realize this, but the Dalles, the dam was the inspiration for Ken. Basically to write what flew over Junior's house.
And the chief was,
Oh, really?
the chief was from the Dalles. The chief that was in the movie was from the Dalles.
Yeah.
Oh, no, good, really?
Yeah,
Well, when
kind of a
did
cool pop culture.
when was that written?
It was
Sixties.
The movie was in 72.
All right,
Yeah,
put it up here.
I don't know, I'm like a history.
Look up when the handout. Or
That was.
Oh,
That was Hammond and Foley. And that was in I know my family would travel through the Dalles to go to Kansas, and my dad would always stop in the Dalles and stop at the handout. Right, and that was in the 60s.
Into the 60s. Okay, well, we digress, okay. I still feel like there's some story and narrative missing around what's happening at the city.
The eighties? What were we talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I think here we talk about 1958 sewage and water. We've got some housing, some temporary housing being developed for construction workers. The west side is developing, but very in an underdeveloped way. Like, you know, it sounds like a more depressed part of town. Whereas the east side, there's like generational wealth that's been building and.
The west side was actually still in the county, it wasn't city limits.
Oh, okay.
County, so it's
On
all under
incorpor-
county's jurisdiction.
So unincorporated.
Yeah.
So I just am wondering, like, when does the city as an organization start growing?
92, 97, I think.
97.
When are we building parks? When are we building more roads? When are we building more infrastructure?
I may be wrong, but my sense is like, didn't build a lot new. Following definitely the end of the aluminum plant, correct? I feel like we went through a couple of decades of not building much new.
Yeah, which is an important part of the story. So what exists here? There's some roads. When were those
When
built?
was the hospital built?
It was in the eighties that they developed the port property.
Okay,
Is that Roger, like 150 acres, like that? Port property?
Oh, yeah, I remember passing that. I remember there was a bond put out in the 70s. Yeah,
After the closure of the aluminum plant, first time, the big one, that there was a bond that was passed because people go to the Hood River and if they're a company, they'd say, here's the rail spur, here's the water access, here's the freeway. They come to the Dalles, well, here's where the water lines and stuff are installed. They come to the Dalles and say, well, once we flatten the ground, we can start working on that stuff. So the bond allowed them to do all of the infrastructure and to spread it out so that they're like a whole bunch of different smaller businesses, which is a lot more stable for the economy than one big one. This is pre-Google stuff.
And then they
Okay.
sold.
but during that time, the infrastructure in the city's being built.
A majority of the roads were built in the late 70s, early.
Okay. That's what I'm wondering.
One thing to note of looking back at our housing needs analysis, 85% of the homes in the Dalles were built pre-1990. So we've seen
87%, You said?
85,
85-ish.
so we have variable housing stocks, start to see that down to 45% of them were pre-1950, so. Really starting
85% of housing is pre-1950,
pre-1990.
pre-1990. Okay,
Down. 75 years here. Housing.
do we have any city parks?
yeah.
Yeah, when are those constructed?
When did our current parks district split?
The city park was dedicated in 1906 when one of the famous people that guided tours came back there who did wagon train guiding, came back and dedicated the park there's a rock down at the park there that's marked with that occasion. I'm trying to think of the guy's name. It's one of the-
When was the library built?
Well, Carnegie Library,
Carnegie, I think was 1910. It's now the Dalles Arts Center.
When did you do the addition?
The addition was opened in 2016. But the new public library was built in 67. Where the present location is.
I think it's significant that our population grew.
Yeah, well, but tell me, what are the population stats?
Well, in 1950 to 1970, our population grew 60%
In 1950?
to 1970.
Okay, what was it in 1950?
76 population. In 1970, it went up to 10,400.
It's only from 7,500 to 10,500 roughly.
Yeah.
and in the sixties, it was higher, so like it got.
Well, is that, I guess, the thing that strikes me about that is that all because of the aluminum plant?
What was it in 1960?
10,493, 10,005,
Oh, and 70, it was what?
10,005.
Oh, okay.
It like dipped by literally 70 people. Just kind of weird.
They hit a plateau.
Yeah.
Okay, and then what was it in 1990?
11,000.
About the same.
And then what was it in 2010?
13,600.
And what is it today?
16. So it's grown 29%, 30% in the last 1 year. Well, but
Do we have any data on how staff has grown?
City staff,
Yeah.
10% in the last 5 years. That's a guess.
It would be interesting to map that trend too, to see if it's flat or how many police officers have we? Do we know? Like from the maybe something, no, well, like maybe from the 90s. How many police officers we have to today? No?
1 to 26 now.
Anyway, sometimes it's interesting to look at how these trend lines stack as you see how the community grows and how your population grows, how city staff grows.
Agree, and also, again, as a community, I feel like, you know, obviously life goes on, and all this wonderful diversity, but for, you know, it's like for 20 years, we just didn't really do much as a community, we didn't build much, there's a lot of deferred
Yeah.
projects.
So one milestone here is 2002, I think they built the middle school. Which is the last.
The last announcement.
The new middle school.
the new middle school.
Now it's gone.
As I reflect though, in 1974 through 79, the Dalles was a 5A high school, which meant we had about 1,200 kids in the high school. From that time on, the city population grew, but the school population declined. Why is that?
When the baby boomers went through.
This, it would say.
St. Mary's did.
Where are these people living as your population's growing? When are the housing units coming in?
Outside the periphery and.
Well, it gets to where I asked about why did we grow 60% in 20 years? Was it because of the aluminum plant? If the answer to that is yes,
Yeah,
that would explain.
yeah, where are these people working?
First, it was Hood River, White Salmon Regional, they would live here and drive,
Okay, so we're a bedroom community.
so.
No, our single biggest employer is the hospital. I was gonna say the
The
hospital.
hospital, okay, so Amy, when did we figure out when the hospital was built? Nineteen 59, the hospital's built?
Like that.
Yeah, but it's expanded. So they put a Salilo Center up there, cancer center. So
1679.
a lot of the new housing's up around the hospital.
Okay, all right. Hospital.
But you're right, it's, the
Doing red.
aluminum plant influenced so much of the growth.
Yeah.
Whether they stay or not.
Yeah, okay, so our growth trend is maybe the hospital bringing in jobs in the aluminum plant? Okay,
That would be an interesting one to look at, just to grow this. Because I'm personally interested, but how long that has been such a major economic asset or economic driver in the community's not, I mean, it is now. But has it been that large? Yeah, the hospital has been that large for 20 years, 10 years, 5 years. I don't know. No idea.
Well, this is just a stat from 2021, but the hospital is the biggest employer, followed by the school district, cherry growers, red science.
okay, hold on, let's map our economy in 2020. 2020, it's ag,
How many employees is the hospital?
hospital,
Hospital has a full.
But that's on a decline.
Yeah.
The school district was probably the next.
The next bracket is 250 to 500. So that's 221 cherry growers.
And obviously, does that include all the independent contractors employed by Google? Because Google employs, including them, well over that.
Well over what?
500. Not well over, but I think it's.
okay, so today's economy, most of your jobs are focused in ag, the hospital, the school district, Google, and Fred Meyer.
Sure.
Is it fair to say that after the aluminum plant closed up until 2005, when Google became a town, that the town was pretty depressed?
Oh, boy,
For that 12 or 17-year period.
I'd say that's true.
Okay, so there's like a depressed from here until about here, like
Both economic and sort of cultural. Yeah, I really, you're right, it's like a cloud over the community. What are we about?
Do you think there was some immediate moves from 2005 or 2000?
Well, I think that explains the sweetheart deal that was given to Google, which I'm not going to criticize it. Google got a sweetheart deal because the town, in my mind, was desperate. Because we were so depressed from the time that.
well, and it's interesting to think about because now, and when you will look at the community survey results later, but there's a lot of questions around transparency around Google, and I think that there's a missing link in your story about like why was it so important for this to happen? And when you look at this period, and I'm asking you questions like, well, what's the city building? What are we doing? What's the school district building? And there's not a lot to be said because there weren't maybe resources to do it.
So something interesting that I was just looking up, like kind of like nationally, like both like regionally and nationally, why the Dalles was important. I think we did a lot of it on there, but one of the things that I came across was that in 1960s, John F. Kennedy actually campaigned here. So we were like, you know, kind of a, I mean, they campaigned a lot of places, right? But the fact that we had that kind of activity, you know, back in the 60s, that's all like fallen off.
But I think you kind of see that with the school district too, because you have the whole Portonke campus, the Chattanooga School District built in the 50s, 60s. You have the new building at Colonel Wright, you had Dry Hollow Elementary Build. You have the new addition to the high school in the 70s. And then nothing until 05 with the military.
That was 74, that was the skill center.
So, but thinking about some other like national things that are happening, like, okay, there's, you know, presidential folks are coming here to campaign in this region. Another like national thing that we didn't touch on here, but like in the there's a nationwide recession in the 80s, right? Late 70s, early 80s. And then you also get into this like local, so you had that happening at a national level. Also during that time that I've seen this shown in other history maps is during that same time, a lot of funding is going away to like mental health resources and so at the federal level, and they're starting to push that to the states. And so then I feel like this could play into your current day story. Some of those investments are going down at a federal level, and you've got a recession happening in late 70s, 80s also, but then you are also in this period of this local decline. So it's probably exacerbated even further in the Dalles
We
because
start
you've
looking
got,
at the climates later.
so you have that happening, yeah, and then hit like double, I'm saying it's like a double whammy.
Yeah, they just later.
So when you get that local decline, it's probably hitting people even harder. I don't know if that's, I'm making a lot of assumptions, but I'm just saying there's some things happening at a national level in this period of time.
That's why I was looking.
Yeah.
It's like that.
Something to think about.
Now that I reflect on this timeline, you had the agricultural base, the cherry growers and the wheat. Without them, this community would have just suffered more, but they were like the thread that kept
They
everything
really
down.
bolstered things.
And then you had retail, and it expanded at that time. So that there were people still coming to the Dalles, which brought dollars. So that, I think those were the things that kept us stable in those tough times.
Okay.
Thank
So,
God for the
A
cherry
lot
growers.
of the ag workers coming in to that. When we got
Yeah,
all the Shannicos, the Dupers and all of that, everything was in the Dalles for that shopping.
still is.
Yeah.
The other thing here, I think just kind of the lack of public investment is, you were talking about earlier, like the school district
making some investments over here during this period of growth, but then nothing new until 2002. And I also heard somebody say earlier, like, there's just a lot of deferred maintenance that now you're kind of tasked with dealing with.
In fact, I think it's important to put on there, sorry, give me a second.
Good.
Counselor, give me a sec. Please put on there, we took a couple of stabs, whether you agree with it or not, but you took a couple of stabs in the last 6 years or so at funding new high school. It's expensive, et cetera. That's not the point. The point is we need a new high school at some point, and it was voted down. And
What years did you guys go
it
for?
was 23.
I did all of that.
2 years ago.
Okay.
And one thing I think is worth noting, because I feel like I'm kind of sandwich generation with some of the olders and the youngers. For folks that have a house, for folks that are done with kids in school, that's a property tax question. And it's an abstract question. But if you're in your 30s, or your 20s, or your teens, or if you're a teacher, there's a lot of things. It's a much bigger question. I had a number of people come up after the decision to vote that down and say, we don't know who want to be the house. So I feel like that is an unresolved issue for us. Like, we really got where we're going from it as a community. And I also think, since I'm on a roll here, and I'll shut up, it's a tough ask. Because the vote comes out at the same time as a property tax vote, which is pretty substantial in this community. Like, it's a lump.
Yeah.
And it's hard to say, yeah, let's add a couple $100. In my opinion, it was a failure of community leadership on a bunch of community leaders' parts. We were divided. There were some that really got behind it, and some that are like, why would we bother? And I feel like we need to celebrate things that we're doing well and wisely, but also wrestle with, as Chief said, we don't all have the same story. I do feel like that's something that continues to drag us a bit.
Yeah, and you guys have this period of time where you're just hit really hard, which I imagine what that does to people's mentality about wanting to make investment or pay more for anything. I could see this creating a very conservative mindset, how you spend money, because people had hard times and it was real.
It ties into the whole deferred maintenance that they're paying property taxes, they don't see a lot being done with it. See streets being. So,
no, this year it was the best.
When you think about that from a store, we'll talk about it later, how it ties into like the story. I think that's, you have that you're climbing into a fellow.
There's also one other thing. Sorry, I don't mean to hog this, but I do feel like it's a useful thing. To understand is, for decades, especially when I was growing up, the 70s, the 80s, maybe the 90s, population, highly Caucasian, was white, very, very white.
with a large seasonal influx spent. And now the population, especially young population, is much larger. Latino. And much larger in schools, it's something like 45–50%.
Not that high, 28.
No, I think you're wrong, I think it's approaching 50.
Well, I've been out for a long time, but
It's huge,
50%.
yeah, of kids.
Uh-huh.
And a large chunk of our 16,000, that was it 25% of the population, there's just something to be aware of.
Okay, I saw Matthew's hand and then I saw.
The nuance, I think is important to rip off from the school district in terms of like passing bonds and whatnot, is the pool. And the pool is in the shadow of the school district to some extent, but that was a pond that was what, 3 or 4 times?
Yeah.
That was, and eventually passed, so like we can do these kinds of things.
When did the pool pass?
Possibly
I'd say 2012.
2012, because it was finished in 15.
But you know, it started with a whole, there's nice things, it started with a roof and all these types of things, and I got pared back. And since the middle school and since the pool, I'm hard pressed to identify like a generational level investment outside of this season.
Dale?
One big thing that's missing here that we've overlooked or haven't brought up, and I mentioned it, is the Union Street Crossing project and the connection to the river. That was a decision that was community made of we need to reconnect to the river. And
When did that happen?
2005, 2006.
Okay.
And there was grant money that was gone after and got, and that project was allowed, or that allowed that project to happen.
What was it, the Union Street?
Yeah, the Union Street undercrossing and reconnection from the Dalles downtown to the river, basically reconnecting the city to the river back to our heritage.
Yeah, okay.
So a lot of decisions have been kind of made for years, and putting a lot of improvements down in that area with both dock, some park, reconnecting to the river, revitalization.
With the trail part of that, or is that separate?
That was separate, till the trail was already in place.
Thank you.
There's also commercial activity in the 70s and 80s. It used to be my folks lived at the river and they would go to Portland to shop. And when Fred Meyer came in here and Home Depot and some of the other places, then instead of a 60-minute drive in Portland traffic, got a 20-minute drive at almost the same level. I think that we move from a larger area.
And so when were those, when did that retail come to the Dalles?
75 to 85.
Okay.
In that ballpark. Because all west side was developed. That's when Fred Meyer came in, the shopping center came in, Home Depot came in a little bit later.
Safeway was in the 90s.
Side.
When they took the Shamrock out in the 90s, from Safeway and that area where Ernst, our first kind of retail Home Depot, that building. Fred Meyer, 1980. Where does the internet?
Okay.
One of the other things, like right around the 2000, like the late 90s and early 2000s, is when I like recognized kind of the tentative regionally. So
In the
like
2000s?
since you incorporated, I want to say like 97 or 98. And I mentioned that because at the peak of Institute's business, they were well over 4,000 employees. Then there was like companies like FinTech, and Stage Tech kicked off, and like now there's like Trillium Kimball's and CloudCount that got bought by Rockwell Collins. Like there was a massive tech boom, and the thing that I noticed that was like a little bit like it was a head scratcher thing for me was like Hood River didn't have like Home Depot and Fred Meyer. They had Walmart, but it's not very big when you think of a Walmart store. The Dalles kind of missed that tech boom in George. And I think that the city, I don't know why, it's an observation, but like. That was monumental to like people moving to the river and white salmon. And kind of like our neighboring cities and towns in the Gorge. You don't have a company with over 4,000 employees that doesn't impact your economic stability. And with Dalles didn't benefit from any of that.
I will say that it was very. I mean, this might have been part of it. There might have been other things. So we bought our house 21 years ago and we were shopping and like the nice upper end. That's like the very largest, but sort of the nice range of houses, if you will, sort of middle class houses were going for like 199. That was like standard price. Sure. A bunch of houses. And you got a steal 150 or 165. Yeah, that's great. And within 2 years, everything had basically gone up 50 or $100,000, just like almost overnight.
And the river embraced the wind industry that came to town. So that's the other thing, that's the other thing that I wanted to point out too. That industry, like, so I was a California kid, beach kid, surfed a lot, and I remember, friends would like call in sick to go hit the beach because the surf was too great. Similarly, in the late 90s, that happened here, and it actually happened here a little bit earlier than that.
1980, 81 was the huge boom
For
windsurfing.
Kiteboarding is what really took off. And the gorge became like a mecca globally. And massive industry, it actually happened like closer to the city of Dalles than it did the river in the late 90s. And like a lot of those folks they were like, it all happened about the same time as that, like, call it a tech boom authority. Because the people that were kiteboarding were also like software and electrical engineers, the people like the city needed. So it was easy to grab people, right? But that all shifted downriver.
The Dalles didn't embrace the retail component of that climate. We didn't have the eateries and the bakeries and the.
You can't find a place to park on Sunday at the river.
No.
And we took parking meters out in the Dalles back in somewhere in the
mid-80s.
Okay, well, I think that's an interesting narrative to draw in, because they capitalized on that.
Yeah.
On these things, and that's a big part of their identity. Whereas the Dalles, kind of missed this benefit, but now thinking forward from that's why I think this history is interesting to look at. I think there's probably lots of other things we could fill in, and during the break, if you want to use your Post-its to add some stuff to the timeline, I welcome that. But thinking forward, what do we want to be going into the future? So that's where this ties into strategic planning. You think about some of the challenges you faced, maybe some of the opportunities that were seized and opportunities that were missed. Like, what do we want to make sure we capitalize on or don't miss going into the future? We're at 10:34, so I want to give you guys your break. But during the break, please do bring your Post-its up and add them to the sheet if there's other things you want to make sure don't get missed in our history. Again, we gave you extra time for this exercise, and I know it's some could keep going on, but we gotta wrap it somewhere. Okay, take 10 minutes. We'll come back at 10:45.
See what the hell was that? Yeah, straight away.
This is the one.
I don't really.
We have any more people back.
Where?
Everybody that said they were coming back.
Which we had to come back.
Where did they wander off to?
Well,
I'll get them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll get them.
yeah, you've got,
You know where to wrangle them. You look like a personal hobby.
okay.
Okay.
Before the freeways. Yeah.
This one's okay. Some interesting insights from the history exercise. So now it's time to look forward. So thinking about, now that we know where we've been, where is it that we want to go? And a couple things that were added, it looks like, to our chart is there's the National Scenic Act, so Columbia River Gorge. That's a big one, okay? 2016 to 2024 housing price boom. So watching homes kind of feeling like overnight 180,000 to 400,000, 500,000 average. And then build on strengths, but diversify. Satellite business around Google, but not all the cogs, or not all the eggs. Not all eggs in one basket. Yes? Okay. All right. So now, looking forward, what we're going to do is this visioning exercise. So the idea here is we want to develop compelling visions for the future, generate creativity and some breakthrough thinking, envision quantum changes from the past. We want to think about details that might bring our strategic plan to life. So through this piece of the storytelling exercise, there's going to be details that you highlight in here that we'll be able to leverage into the strategic plan. Let's see. So what you're going to do, has anybody ever done a cover story vision? Have you ever seen this before? Okay, good. First, you will start with some brainstorming. So gathering some ideas for thinking 3 to 5 years, where do we want to be? So what are some things you want to make sure get captured in your story, things you don't want missed? And then from there, people like to take this in different orders. I will tell you my preferred order, and you can turn it upside down in your small groups if you want. So the brainstorming comes first, making sure you capture key ideas that don't want to get missed. And I think it's helpful to identify what are some of the big headlines. So when you look at this graphic here, this template, do you remember now I feel like we read everything online. So you're still old enough to remember when we had like newspapers and magazines.
What?
But remember in the magazine, you'd have, your table of contents would have your key headlines. That's what goes here. Or maybe there's things on the cover. You've got like the cover of the magazine, but on that sidebar, there's like the key things that you might find inside. Then on the table of contents, there's always this area that has like the sidebars, like things of key interest. So I think it's helpful to map these things out first, before you sum it up with your big headline and kind of the big headline that's tying all these things together. So when you think about this from a city perspective, this could be key outcomes that you're generating, could be key infrastructure projects. The sidebars, I kind of think of these as like human interest pieces. Like maybe an employee is being recognized by something, maybe there's like a community group that's really, or a community partner that's really shining and being highlighted. So the sidebars to me are more like detailed stories and human interest stories. This section, what are other people saying about it? You know, what are people quoting about the Dalles? Or who might be an interesting character in our story that we're gathering a quote from, and what are they saying about the Dalles in 3 to 5 years? And then images. Some people like to get super creative and draw out their images. Some people would just as soon die before they try to draw in public. And so you could put keywords here, you know, whatever comes to mind, but what sort of imagery are we seeing that goes with your story? Okay, and then making sure that you're tying it all together with a theme for your cover. What's on the cover of your magazine? This makes sense? Can you guys do this? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Okay. You're going to be in 3 groups. So I have 3 templates here, and I think we should probably, I don't know if we can people work out there? Like if you guys wanted to sit at those middle tables, you guys could take it outside and work on it outside. We've got space here. I've got plenty of Sasha's got the roll of tape. We have plenty of tape to give you to hang it if you want to hang it on the wall, if you're going to take it out there and work on it at a table. You've got markers around the table, take as many colors as you'd like. When you do the story, make sure everybody's participating and putting this together. And everybody's ideas are present. And then when you could also think about how you're going to present it. So I want you to present it from like the future perspective, you know, imagining that's what is appropriate, 2025. Today is either 2028, maybe it's 2030. And so you're telling it from 2030 and like what happened. Okay, questions? Sasha, who are our groups?
Okay, group 1, I had Rich, Scott, Amy, Jonathan, Jeff, not Airport Jeff, and Dale.
Okay. Group 1, where do you guys want to work? Pick a location. You get first pick?
Yeah, we'll go.
You guys are gonna go out in the hall? Okay. All right, group 2.
Group 2, I had Tim, Dan, and David, and Brenda, and Josh.
Group 2, where would you like to set up shop? Rich, can I get this? Or actually, Amy, I'm gonna give this to you. Your group 1. Group 2. Okay.
Right here.
Group 2 right here. Okay, do you guys want to take a wall?
And then group 3 is Ben and Matthew, Airport Jeff, and Brenda. Is that right? Brenda? Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
There you go. Breathe. You guys do, and then where you guys want to.
All right.
Yeah, they're group 1. Yeah. Oh, come on.
Over there. Group 3. Yeah.
Somebody hand this piece to Brenda.
Whoa.
Brenda, do you want any more?
I don't think it's been around before, so this is like a new game.
I know.
And here's.
Anybody in these stuff.
That corner doesn't stick, so yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's, I think.
Over engineers. I did.
All right, Josh and I will wander around and then we need support and anything else.
The lead. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I'll have your work.
And
then my group, this guy, actually, I lived that white horse. No. Move a couple things. No, it's gonna be more.
No, I know, maybe it was really good or like not so good.
Brenda does not need any more work going on.
You got it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, how we do? All right.
Matthew, would you like to lead us off?
Great for me.
Sure.
I mean, not really.
There you go.
Welcome to our brainstorming session. Which one do you guys want to start? Well, she suggests going this way, but I suggest this way. That's. It's just something that's what we all just do. Yeah. I feel like we should go. Do her.
I have.
Oh, you guys make a lot bigger. How about that? Oh,
Well, just in terms of.
Okay.
My grandmother said, but she always said that the dog was broke. Thanks. We use it for, it's not this right now. But it's their confidence. Yeah. Intercom, yeah.
That really resonates with. How technology.
Families and
Experiences. Us, I think.
All the.
I have an opportunity now.
Yeah.
And also.
TT.
No, I have to look, I have to use my lip. So.
I'll go check on it.
Yeah, there's like this stuff.
You're not holding on your own.
Well, I don't know. I think this is 5 years.
Body temperature up.
That one.
It will be like the similar things that I get towards like 10 years and it's like a mix of like remembering like the old stuff, like kind of agricultural stuff like that. But it's like it's 20. How do we find out? It's pretty for me, I've been eat right, but like I'm thinking about like how do we embrace it? Technology and things like that. Like so the cherry groups and stuff, it's really hard.
Yeah.
It's like easy to miss out on water and all day long. It's stuff like that. I would have.
Thank you very much.
We can't get any sooner.
No, I understand. All right, we'll see you back here soon.
How do we sustain the businesses that we have? But like,
Sweet.
how do we improve growth though? What we have. Correct. But what's our thing?
Diversification, of the economy, culture, education.
I mean, I think the economy.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have this.
That's one.
We have a lot of.
Maybe big as well, like that could help in education. Because I think that like.
I think having rights. Like I lived in, so it's been for about. Specifies the.
We don't like.
Yeah.
But if
Myself in Glen. You're
if that's act,
I was
so not
larger.
agree, but it's how both of you know, and
Yes.
the emissions
It-
factor,
Sure.
Right.
which is huge. For the fact that they were all there.
So
And it still took them.
people- I get a job.
Yeah.
That pay more than.
It was around
$15. Yeah.
Well, that's why. I really-
25.
I heard it.
So not the big-
We did a lot of business.
Is like.
Shoot.
Oh, we can put together.
City.
I'll let them know.
Well, I said, I was trying to. Got like.
We're never gonna get help on that city area. It's not really like. I'm a, like, running.
Can we break the tunnels? No, it's, I'm gonna be back and forth. That's. Part of it's so much fun. That was Jerry Puslowski. We were failure, but it's not nearly as well. One of the been. Right. So now I mean, like, yeah, it's nice that you look at places like. You have around them, they deem the whole, we'd rather just deem the whole. In the PRA certain. They want me to represent. So, the other deadline, or the is, very nice, but it was bigger than the market. In the next 5 years, I'd like to see that. New water treatments and roadies. I know, what is the sidebar?
Special. I'd say probably in high
Is that what
school.
you're thinking? That's gonna bring the.
That might be a cover item in high school. Would agree. But, you know,
I think it's a headline.
it's a headline, a big headline.
Maybe that's the, maybe the does bring in young worker, or the young working, and also like mid-career people. Yeah, that's good.
I agree. I'm gonna talk. The street guys aren't coming. We don't have to really on those. That's what they want. A lot of colleagues in the city are thinking about it. I'm just like, yeah, man, it's way better. New water treatment. Okay, how about new things? Five-year meeting, should it just, but should that be a side story or is it like? Or infrastructure, no, because there's more than just that, right? Like.
Yeah, but I like, I think. Like when I maybe like. And the headlines. But I agree with the infrastructure. That one. What's that? Infrastructure. Yeah.
Yeah, the branding. So, you know, we're trying to keep it, so here's that. Urban matter will reach through something. That and everyone find a line, good and bad jets. Center agencies, look at the state transit. It's like they call it a rapid plan or rapid. Or the branding or branding. Yeah. Branding, not every single. You got a cool stuff, but you know, let's start with.
Figure out what to break it.
Yeah. That was something. Bring back, what was the train line? The 82. Yeah. Oh.
Amtrak. They had that one.
Yeah.
That. I used to travel with mom with the little train before downtown. With the post office right in. State of parking.
I don't know, I kind of think they can read it that way. There's a lot to do with
Urban renewal,
sense. Urban renewal, but great standard. Like this try to the first one going.
Existing districts.
It's complete, the trails is a lot of. That applies.
Or a lot. I kind of like, what we do is the average wage and those downtown.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if we make it.
Tax insurance. First. Good for us. As they significant.
Yeah.
Average income, average wage exceeds.
This is drawing in the state. Yeah.
So go ahead and say about it. I'm looking at it therefore. I've always said the chances are coming.
But also adults.
Sorry, I use feel like.
In my mind.
There is a pops up. There is. That is literally it's. They don't.
Oregon having some sales work.
Covers that.
Yeah.
No cover item. That's why it's a big.
Exploitation.
Yeah.
There's exploit.
Yeah.
Or understate that.
Yeah, I also got it hard. It's some else is very important. And there's one app that somehow we. That's a solution. She's still.
It's people said, they're shading, I guess, that's doing business.
Yeah.
But like they approach to them, you can't come in and think that. Right, you have to play, you have to understand price I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, I met with Andrew.
It's just a vision. Orderly. Yes.
I see, no, I see, so you have.
Yeah, it's not from. Yeah.
And I would. I like the idea of small, I like the small invest. Yes. I don't know what to do.
It's like-
I think I'm thinking, right. If I went out to all, but the light came on.
That's great now. Oh, yeah, yeah. What we're gonna do.
She was, she,
Right, so.
so we're not.
Here's. Something that I suppose.
And you just expanded.
So pretty much after this.
Yes.
they had-
But flying it out, you know.
Warm and something. Parts of it.
Yeah, I think that.
It's such a
Word. Yeah.
Convention center.
Yeah.
Following.
Good. That'd be awesome. Google.
And like, it is a, no, and, but we need to get her.
And also tournaments for swimming,
Got your bike.
baseball, football.
Yeah.
We have the letters. Just don't have the facility.
I was which.
No.
Somebody.
That's so good.
Like sidewalks.
Back to when I.
They were.
They're now building a large extension.
Yeah.
But if the business center had board members, and realizes that they didn't dare have out of place. Well, what did they put that there? But I went there. I go to parking. It's a little cheap, right? And now they're developing a meeting there.
They're probably.
They got it together, but the windows are saying.
No, but she's like.
Population. But they don't have the hotels, motels. You know, it's just all orphan. Let's make that. Yes. Yeah, I think another thing, it's like, we saw the closure of certain alleys, don't we, certain.
You know, hundreds of millions there's done the interstate bridge and they haven't done it. They have expired environment.
That's always.
You know, like, what, put it in. Oh.
All right.
I think that would
You're
get
not-
a smash here.
Yeah.
It would be less. Where do you go to have fun with baby golf? Should we go to baby golf? Mini golf?
Well, Sean, we have, we got some of those, like, the whole biggest. State. Like, what the-
We need more fun.
It's true, we need more fun. They had. Down in Cracker. I mean, that would be.
How about new hospital service? It's changed, I've been here, it's changed on way. Now, it's a hospital, like, it's Adventist now, for that, just you. Yeah. Have conversations, change not working on words. Like, she's going to the one.
You just come in and like take people's products and then close them. Like, that doesn't make sense. So it's women, you know, workers, and then-
It's not that it's like done and built, it's still on, still, kind of like cage, like, let's go and enjoy the sun for now. But it takes super expensive.
She like did.
It'd take a long time to get one super.
There's-
Particular place to farm.
But like.
You know, one thing we talked about last.
That's within like 48 hours notice, so it's like, no. That's not allowed. Just said with like the fact that we're doing that one.
Yeah.
Then,
Go there.
What
do you want to hear? Like, about the
Constellation of like the things that's kind of the shoots from each one good, I don't find place. So you did put it on that.
Down.
Still something that's
Tip it.
still
Yeah,
like.
so, anyway, so.
I travel in.
They were 3 months friends. So then she went back.
Where do they arrive at this year? Well, we stopped for gas. So don't stop for gas, right?
There.
But when they reflect, that's the first thing they say, there's a beautiful town. I don't pursue it.
Do you think another 5-ish minutes?
My family, going to
7?
Kansas, always talking.
I'll go tell you that.
7 minutes?
Play
7 minutes.
7
Yeah,
minutes.
that's the thing, that's now check. He shot us. So, any other step we got to span.
Vancouver now, and they did that once, this is gonna be down here, the river obviously.
You take the book, if you've been on a music fest, divide the west,
Keep going.
come around that. Especially sunset and the Dalles.
It is a better view on it, diversified.
And so we want to own
Crystal Road.
Work counselor. Probably one way we.
In the city.
Is unsafe. We not got it.
This where you can.
Use the restroom.
Let's go back.
Fall, my first lead up.
He let that.
Private place.
Yeah.
You belong
You could
here.
actually sled down, you can all the way.
Yeah, pictures of my grandpa on the ice.
Sean, you're a great one to know.
Oh my gosh, yes.
We're from. Oh my God, it's good. It's gonna sign. Like, the dock. It's the river. How many places have a river?
You know what, you're both right.
Yeah,
We need
we need 2 dog parks. Yes, come on, dog parks. Double dog parks.
Yeah.
Dog park. There's 1 dog park. Which does. Don't ask. I'm stupid, they don't know what it's on, but.
Nice. Roses, like.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Maybe following you online this afternoon.
You still have the opportunity for a small town that's over 1 2 3 grid. I
Sorry, no.
That's what we don't do it. Don't worry about it. What's the number? The hours, so all these little, we're the aluminum people, we're the cherry people. We're the whole of this. We're afraid of stuff. Because we were. That's just not a guy, we have, it's all working. There was a table for you, in the center of them, like, it was straight over. So they got so that's just experts. Yeah, and hundreds of people just showing up. And then it was like this is actually good, just and then that's it. Which it's like. That was five card price. We don't use. What can we have to someone who knows before this one for being. Someone who this big project that rescued on you. I'm not making the case. I'm going about it. We don't want someone becoming once. We like to let home first and bring in. It sounds like honestly, the interview, I don't know about there. So don't get one, but one big bet. If you want like. Right, yeah, pipelines. Yeah. Or you can from, I don't want. I'm too good or big, particularly in the next goal and. Say, no, I'm not, we want you, I want to overcome. I want like 3 or 4 or 10 smaller. That was so put our next to that in the past. I'm sure Carl's going to do it. I said that was like, so. We haven't gone through this. We need to go. Yes, we can do that. To go in the city, we can pick from maybe some else and build some of this. Right, I don't. It's wrong. Everyone. Yes. Well, so we got no back to go over the EPA project. Program. That's what you're also placing kids start good practice placing kids out of that program from the small to your kids who job straight up last year out. Cheap land, smart cars. What's this? When children sit, wait for
Can't be fair. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and they're jobs, they've been here a long time. Oh, that's the first time. Growing up, public art.
Yes.
It's cheaper. It's cheaper for them. Makes it, I never don't want to. Yes, type. See, I think I'm just constantly. Only learned that that's not so here. It's awesome. Yeah, it's not, yeah. See, it's like little
it's one strength that we were. I mean, a lot of working class roots.
Alright, sorry, hard.
Thing. Have a lot, hold on.
Okay, all right.
We have to think about it, so it's like a struggle with the arts.
Awesome. Slight dictionary, so something's on the yes.
We've got this metal shop up here that it's like, they have this building with our homegrown.
You guys have about 2 minutes.
Really high level of training. You know,
Shopping carts.
there's also vigilance, so I love that. It's like the cop or the room.
I just saw the grill fees. Dog.
We need to cover. Slightly, everything in the town.
I agree, really hard.
I'm telling you. The title is How a Town Breaks. The experience the moving bus. Have an opportunity.
You know, I thought that, I don't want decisions all dogs. So to ride.
Usually none of the pictures were them. I was like, where is yours? I sent Deanna another message last night and got her out of this finally. So I'm guessing she's. And so I would, because it didn't even say like how long she would be gone for. So that was when I read into it, that it had, that I could reach out to Alicia. So I already emailed her.
I mean, to be at the same age, it's already. We talk about.
And that one for.
Yeah.
Monmouth,
It's like.
I would love for actually.
I know what she does.
Like I said, I don't wear the one on anymore. Yeah, I know. She was, I think she.
I
feel like there's.
Yeah, but it's never been like this. Some stuff, you guys know. Right, so they should start. Yeah. It's so full. So yeah.
Pouring concrete tomorrow.
Yes.
Papers are scheduling.
Yeah, I talked.
Papers are scheduled. Yeah. Versus. Gigi. Hi there. Sorry about this. We're so long.
We're gonna put it up here.
She'll take care of that.
Okay, beautiful.
Yep. Amy, under your kitchen.
Doesn't make sense.
Well, we can't do it anywhere. It's great, then it becomes a lot more slash PIN.
Are you guys were done? So I like you guys should go first.
I can be there.
Apparently, they're nominating me to speak. Even though we have.
No, I can. Delete that, I can say the elected officials have it. Okay, make sure you know that you guys should designate one of the elected officials of your group to be your spokesperson. Yeah, thank you for whoever arranged. Sure, of course. Yeah.
You were nominated because you weren't there.
He's not.
No, I'm not an elected official.
Elected officials have to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our facilitator has spoken.
Yeah.
No.
Only fair.
That's how it works.
As soon as Brenda comes back, we will kick off our presentation. One of my. You did, yeah, that's where Brenda is too. Yeah, we'll wait for you.
I'm awaiting the new test announcement. Are currently, they're talking about, yes. I would love to point
I see you playing with all your.
my guy.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
There's a live stream
Yeah,
right now.
Marie is kind
Right now. And it's coming out soon. They got it.
We'll see where.
Yeah,
of, he was.
well, everything that.
He was.
Well,
So it felt like.
That's what they're telling me.
It sounded like you had combinations.
Well, I'm in and out burger, I'm trying to as well. But they're expanding and they said they would. I contacted the home office. Yeah.
And I've heard that she, I guess, she told me or something else. Also going to be arresting her. And so. Tonight. And he was.
That's their.
The situation.
They have those like.
No, I don't think so.
Is it the same thing?
And now,
Yeah, he's.
I think she originally was.
He owns that one
Now they're in
over on,
Clackamas County.
I saw
Down in
Center
Clackamas County,
Market.
having trouble like
Oh, and the
connecting
one on Ninth Street.
resources and
Yeah.
like closing down the
Yes.
delivery,
Yeah, Alan.
whatever, and the.
Oh, there goes
Now,
And
I thought it was. Another guy.
And she didn't. Like, went to any of the resources that I was trying to get credits for it, and so he was like. A part of your job.
So that's what's going in there. Marshall,
And-
well, when they went in, they took voters in there and just took everything straight. The old state was.
And-
completely gutted.
Didn't said or anything, at the time.
Marshall's.
Because the cameras.
Well, that's the parents.
And then,
And it's like. And then it's water and.
do we have everybody back? Deal with it.
Dangerous stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get it.
Yeah.
They kind of altered all.
All right, wait, no, I think we're just waiting for the mayor to come back. And this is his group, so we should.
Oh, is that, you gonna go first then?
Yeah, we'll go,
I can
we'll
do
go
that
first. All right,
one.
yes, whoever wants to present, but yeah, we should wait till he comes back. I told him we would wait. Yeah. Get ready for, you can prep for your presentation.
Stay ready. I'm just saying, it's almost a solid thing. Yeah, so we're gonna have some like.
Doesn't matter.
That's real solid.
Matthew.
Here he comes. All right, guys, let's, we're gonna hear our vision stories, and so raise your hand if you were in Scott's group. Okay, so we're gonna hear their story first, so take it away, tell us about your vision, what's the year is 2030.
Okay, it's a brainstorming about embracing technology. Enriching the community workforce, and part of that has to do with this campus here that has renewable technologies program, and it has some other construction and technology, I believe, anyway, aviation, technology. Talking about creating solutions, particularly with housing and the homeless and in the high school, although we're not directly involved in that. Invest, infill, higher density development, so following kind of the guidelines of the state of Oregon, we have smaller lot sizes that allow more units to be built on them. And coming up with an identity, a brand. Some of our quotes in 2030 will be always saying, man, we miss Rich. So.
It wasn't supposed to generate laughing.
And also ask the question, what will your future thank you for?
Rich.
Our cover story is the Dalles voted #1 place to live in the Dalles. Kind of big headlines, new high school breaks ground. 30% completion on a milestone for the Wicks water treatment plant. Phase 1 of the water treatment plant, Wicks Reservoir. And survey reflects increased trust in local government. Our images, vibrant downtown. Activated spaces and connecting to the river. And that goes along with that Federal Street Plaza and the First Street redevelopment, and of course the street underpass. Sidelines, sidebars, calendar events for Federal Street Plaza. We're gonna start having events down there probably. And community partnerships continue to lower houselessness. That's what we have.
Okay. Any questions for our first group? Okay, let's hear, the group in the back here. Who is in this group? Raise your hand. All right. Oh, wait, we had, one of the elected officials has to present.
Oh, one of the elected officials, I got voluntold, so.
Yeah.
No problem.
And I'm more appropriate.
Dan, step up.
Let's see, did we end up having a theme?
We did up on the top.
So. Lots of brainstorming, everyone has different colors, so that's why it's so colorful, we have a lot of participation. And I guess in some ways, like the multicolored jumble of ideas kind of represents graphically what we hope for the Dalles, which is like a little more activated across a variety of sectors with economic population. So, forgive me, I was talking to somebody. You want me to start with cover or brainstorm?
Either place, your choice.
The Dalles is thriving for everyone. It's kind of like cover. Some of the quotes that we had, more fun. That's more fun. Waterfront is one of my favorite places. The Dalles, Spruce Park is a favorite. And if you belong here, we kind of let over the big headline of the brainstorm sort of merged a little bit. So some of these, this is a mix of ideas of both like specific projects, but also specific areas that we're hoping to focus on or grow a little bit. Let's go ahead into this. Small town community feels like small town, it feels like a small town community with big city opportunity or big community opportunity. Might be a good way to summarize it. So some of the specific projects I'll pull out were, let's see, a rec center expands recreational opportunities, maybe by covering pools or maybe by building a separate rec center, completing and maybe plugging trail system that we have, the real community. One of the ideas we had were focus on recruiting and cultivating the Dalles as a center for both tech and health. So some of the economic sectors that we have now that we want to build on and diversify. So maybe plugging in more strengthening the ties to the hospital or the medical system, the college and our school system. So really working on those areas or really cultivating those areas to the extent that we can for tech and health. Some discussion, I guess, this is a sort of hope to draw younger families or to young professionals and families, make Dalles a place where people can land. As sort of both grow up and stay, but also land places, they can feasibly afford a house and feasibly start at the small business. It's something, a place you could break into and belong to. Whether you have, your generation 3 or 4 local or your 3 months in, really just feel at home. So those are some specific projects, specific themes. Some specific areas of investment might be continuing to update our utilities and infrastructure, public transit. High school, new high school landed on here. Sidebars, these are kind of like project flyers or wish lists almost. That's fair. Maybe obviously we're working on new Tony's and a new plaza, like sort of revitalize downtown at its core. Somebody put in pickleball courts are open and I guess upgraded. I guess that speaks to a large slice of our population. More riverfront trail connection, finishing that. So the building here is the river, emphasizing or placing small bets rather than like one big bet. I hope I'm not speaking for the group inappropriately, because this is an argument I was making. As opposed to spending a lot of time trying to be or recruit or draw in one big thing, one company. You know, one big company or one big thing. Rather, let's place a lot of smaller bets that really diversify and activate a lot of different aspects of the community. So it could be parks, art, trails, and schools. And I think that answers a lot, but anything else from the group that we really want to talk about?
What's the one, hold on, one that's sticking out to me that you didn't touch on? Tourist destination. What did you guys talk about in terms of tourist destination?
I think that is an area of ongoing discussion, and I would say it has been since the aluminum plant faltered. What do we do now?
For a short period after my retirement, I bought a tourist bus, 15 passenger. And I went out, took people around from the boats to different destinations. And as they got on and after they did their excursions, almost all of them said, gee, we'd like to come back. We didn't even know about the Dalles and we would like to plan a trip back from that experience. So that happens a lot. And a lot of people want to return to the Dalles just because of that access. That's what I was talking about.
See, I guess I did not quite get that. And I would say there has been a larger community conversation post aluminum plant of what do we do now? And there's been some conversation of like, I remember the while someone like pushing, we're gonna become a theme town like Leavenworth. Being all of our buildings is whatever. And I feel like there's been this real hope for an identity with that. And often people that we gotta become a tourist town. And often people push back that no, we don't want to be Hood River. So I feel like I'm a thing in this the boss.
Okay.
So in the conversation, let us become a tourist town or a tourist destination. A lot of switch back, I was back against that. But there are things that would improve local quality of life, make a place more interesting for residents and draw tourists, like tourist bus, or those sorts of what I would say smaller bets. That I would go all.
One additional thing, the mayor's vision about beautification of the city, that's coming back to the typical, I think. And just stay with that theme of what we do is we beautify, we keep safe. And I think when people visit, they see that. And if we can be unique in all the rest of the cities around the nation, if we can be a little cut above, people will come back. That's my take.
I thought one of the headlines there that you wanted to talk about, city services unified and the community. And I'll just say that it's different for me coming in and having like service be its own entity or fire be its own entity or we're the largest user of the 911 dispatch center that is run by somebody else in Dallas. So I'm curious I'm sure why. I'm not sure the history there. I'm sure there is history, but I just feel like maybe there's an opportunity to reevaluate on it.
Anything else from that group that you want to make sure we highlighted? Okay, let's hear from our third story.
So, came up with a couple of, kind of first title, first stories. How the Dalles, broke free from the last cycle. We recognized that there was kind of this like kind of. And then, one of the other things that came up with, was beyond renewal. As we recognize the progression, diagonal, problem. So, I think over time, we've all talked a lot about like this branding, like what is the Dalles, like our identity and kind of where we want to be and where we want to go. Making, like advertising that, you know, companies like Google and LinkedIn are not terrible. Right, there's like some big partnerships, not necessarily. Public safety for all. One of the other things that we noted was infrastructure maintenance build out. So you know, intermittent growth, but very like key focused intermittent growth, like the water treatment plant, stuff like that. Annexation. So Tom, can you remind me what was
Kind of what Wesley Snipes or some.
Yep. And what I'm thinking about are like other, like some of the streets that are in the city limits but aren't like maintained by the city, so like snowplows, wondering about, don't clear the road. One of the other brainstorming things that came up was the two water districts have, Charlotte Water and the city. Maybe also along that same like annexation. And then headlines, so economic diversification. Getting this kind of speaks like something that was going through my mind was stability for our current businesses, but expanding them, right? So like FedEx, UPS are, I think, pretty good examples that we could very easily become like the transportation or distribution hub for a lot of things. You guys have probably heard me talk about like Costco and Amazon and stuff too. But the interesting thing about that is that it impacts, there could be a direct impact to things like the airport and its build up and diversification. Bringing back the Fort Dalles days and the rodeo, is something that was like, we talked about like the neon cruise, Chariot Festival, things like that. The Fort Dalles days were huge. The new high school, the water treatment plant again, like came up, whether or not it's done, but it's getting built out, it's been forward and on. One of the things I brought up was like, the current urban renewal district sunset, right? Like that's coming, it's a reality. But like remembering kind of the history and like the good things that happened there and the, you know, the bad things. The new hospital campus, recognizing that there's like three things that kind of draw people to a place. It's like, can I work there? Can I live there? Can I like raise a family there? That kind of thing. An event center. So we have that kind of in the annex, right? That we're in today. But how do we, like, could we have a more diverse event center that could support something like the Fort Dalles days? Some of the other like major events that we have, like the performing arts center, that kind of thing. The thing about like everything that happens at like the civic annex, the Neon Sign Museum, like all those places, for a central place to have. One of the other, I think that Matthew brought this up. I think this is actually really important. Dalles average income increases over the Oregon average, right? I think that's a good key indicator of economic growth and vitality. Is like, if we have good paying jobs, people are moving here, our housing increases, like prices increase, development increases, our tax base increases, like it drives like so many things. I already mentioned the aviation capitalization, like FedEx, UPS, and whatnot. So I think one of the other things, this goes to one of the images here is like a hangar with an airplane with the direct trip from the Dalles to someplace like Seattle, right? Creating that, you guys, the Redmond Airport, you can fly to like Denver, Seattle,
7 destinations.
Yeah, there's 7, right? So, but expanding that aviation footprint both commercially and like economically travel. Dog parks have one. So, you know, opening, maybe someplace like cirrhosis that already exists, but also increasing our access to the water. So like the dog park or economic vitality along the riverfront, right? Like not but like port and things like that, but make it like really bolster development, bolster like recreational things, outdoorsy things, getting people out on the water. It all this kind of did that. The cruise, and then something that like feel like very focused, but or targeted, but domestic manufacturing. My immediate jump is like drone development technology and whatnot, because that's what I'm engaged on. But I think like thinking about like infrastructure manufacturing, things like that, so that we're not like we're not necessarily buying things from like others, right? Like that's kind of on a lot of minds of people now right now, but again, like manufacturing, distribution, it's like the airport and all the other like fun things that I can draw people here. And then our sidebar, so honoring our past, right? So recognizing the like center of trade and economic activity that happened over the last 1,000+ years or whatever, right? Plus like outdoor activities that go along with that, right? So we have like one of the top 5 places in the world to fly fish, like globally. The Deschutes River a few years ago, there was an estimate of like 1,000 trout per mile on the Deschutes River. I'm convinced they're all like in very short segments of the river we can't access, but it's a real thing. And then embrace technology that like manufacturing capability. One of the other sidebar things that came up was like the railroad tie plant. Like going to continue to be here? Is it going to let it go away? It's one of the various, I can't remember how many there were in the US, there's like 3 or something. Yeah. So like what happened with that? Right? Eventually it will probably close at some point, right? There's a reason there's only a couple in the United States. So what happens to that? Like automatically that. But after that, like, what does the city do with it? Like who owns it? How do we develop it and do something with it? Whether it's private development, right?
Questions? Mr. The new hospital, is that something that's in the works? On campus?
It's been talked about, like the Kramer Field development we want. It was a bullet point for like the first time, but the Kramer Field is like where like the league field softball fields are. Large wild land.
The original plan was for the hospital to move to Kramer Field, then to build a sports complex.
Yeah.
Which is on the 35 acres. County as part of our negotiations. That fell through the 35 acres, and that the sports complex is envisioned on the 118 acres.
Yeah, like
west of the city. And something that hasn't been mentioned here today is a sports complex.
Yeah.
There is no new hospital that we need to be because it has to be one. Doesn't have the resources.
It's lost all of the momentum. So, but that kind of goes along with the theme of like an event.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those like sub-bullets.
Okay. You guys we have 10 minutes till we break for lunch. And before we lose our memory of this exercise, I'd like to capture a couple. What are some of the themes that you've heard? Fine.
I think every group seemed to mention, if not dwell on, projects that are not directly related to the city and the services. For example, new high school, new hospital, new sports complex, which I just, dog park, things like that. You know, we go through this every year when we start talking about things that we don't have any direct control over, like I think we have some influence on. So it's one of the things I think. It's how serious we get into those kind of issues.
Community branding was something that was brought up by.
Hold on. Yeah, it was community branding, but even maybe a little broader than that, community identity. Like branding was an element of that, but there were several times I heard things related to community identity. What else?
Making it an attractive place to live. That might be something that's in influence, bringing about.
We definitely influence conditions that, help folks who are going to invest, decide whether they're going to invest here or whether that's with their time or their money.
Also influenced by. Extent that. People how we can vary. Or
What was that?
but we can also influence the extent that we want to do it. Trying to like community.
Yeah.
Creating a narrative. But there are opportunities that the community may have missed that. We could have perhaps provided more leadership on or gotten more narrative going in favor of that. And obviously the city can't do everything. But just deciding thinking about this is huge.
Okay.
Did run a survey, right? Or services. Visioning to employment, vision in 2020.
That was 2040 vision.
That was a city product. I think it's the first time city as an entity that was seriously like tried to draw community into that conversation. And that's relatively low dollar, but I think it helps set the stage for the conversation.
Okay, what are some other themes that we heard? For economic development, yeah, I mean, you guys taught that one, you guys hit on hard on. Oh.
On the work side of it, one of them, the group mentioned new infrastructure.
Yeah,
and
infrastructure.
Water treatment plant.
Specifically.
Area.
Yeah, infrastructure and very specifically. Water treatment.
The group that was over here, I think, mentioned it, and I think it was on the list somewhere, but kind of a derived requirement in this, like, it drives like economic development, infrastructure improvements, things like that, is like, not to like pick on the Chinese person, but like overcoming there's like overcoming the idea that the Dalles is difficult, right? So that like kind of goes into maybe identity a little bit, but like I think Brenda said it best, it's like service access to services, like maybe having like prove it one-stop shop kind of thing.
Oh, she said unified services.
Unified service.
Yeah.
I think that helps some of these other like.
Okay. What other themes did we hear?
I think everybody touched on the idea of having nice spaces to recreate.
Yes, recreational opportunities, and specifically what?
Connection to the river.
connection to the river. Yes, but I think all of
Natural environment.
the groups mentioned this connection to the river as well. You guys had different specific things that you mentioned, but the river connection was unified.
I think jobs. is another thing.
Yeah, I'm kind of seeing that as economic development, but let's put a couple of the things we heard. Jobs, there's several. Economic development was significant.
Yeah.
So you heard jobs. We heard diversification. What was that? Living wage, yeah. Seems to be just.
Stabilization. Right.
That retention. What else? I have so many economic themes. Kind of this like, this collaborative piece around, the community college, the school district, like how's everybody working together to really activate these opportunities? So with your partners, the other thing you guys touched on was, and aviation being an element of that. Aviation capitalization. All right, what else do I have in here? And then I don't know where this, I'm not sure where this fits in. But where'd it go? Here's that, you mentioned events. And oh, I'm sorry, downtown. That was the one where I was going first. So downtown, I'm not sure if that fits in economic development or if it's its own separate
I didn't mention that. I did because I thought it fit under economic development.
But maybe let's give it its own
Yeah.
element of. Okay. Other major themes? And I know this one, we didn't. I think, I don't know if it goes in economic development, there's certainly this collaboration piece, but you all mentioned the school. The school district, like that's a key. It's a foundational thing, again, recognizing that you don't directly influence it, but it's one, this is the third year I've heard about it in your outreach, I know it's significant as well. Okay. All right, any other themes that we want to make sure we don't lose before lunch?
We spent a lot of time talking about homelessness stuff. Fits as a vision. It also fits under the things that we could.
Okay.
We also talked about building public trust.
All right. Let's leave our thoughts here for a moment. Let's take our lunch break. And then we'll pick this back up after lunch and start to distill these themes a little further. Talk about mission, mission distinguishes from vision. And then figure out kind of what fits in for this overarching vision and then what are some maybe core elements. Okay. All right. Good work thus far. Okay, so let's get back into our discussion here. I want to come back to the vision elements. And shift gears for a second from that to our mission. So, because I think as we consider the vision, one of these things is, just like things the city has direct influence over. I want to make sure that we're aligned with what is the city's purpose and what is your mission? And so I want you to think about, reflect on this for a moment. So a mission is like, when you think about the distinction between a mission and a vision, a mission is your purpose, your core purpose, why you exist as an organization. Whereas the vision is more the destination, where you hope to be in 5 years. What is it that we're working towards in alignment with the vision? So before we go further into our vision discussion, why does the city of the Dalles exist? Who do you serve? How do you make their lives better? What unique role does the city play in the community? What are the essential functions or promises we deliver every day? And if we disappeared tomorrow, what would the community do? And so I think maybe just reflect on that for a moment. And then maybe just group together, like just whoever you're sitting next to in pairs of 2 or in pairs. Pairs are 2. Pairs of 3, that makes sense. So work with the person sitting next to you. So you guys are a pair, you guys are a pair. Go around and pair up and just talk about, maybe highlight on, maybe write down a few notes on a Post-it or something about the about what you think the vision, what should be included in the mission. So again, I'll give you these prompts again. Why do you exist? Who do you serve? How do you make their lives better? What is your unique role in the community? What are the essential functions or promises the city delivers every day? And if the city disappeared tomorrow, what would the community do? So reflect on that and talk about it with your partner. And then we'll see if we can capture some key ideas here. And the handouts that we passed around, you guys don't need those quite yet. That's going to be for our context conversation, but we wanted to get those around for you. We take minutes.
And then right. Yeah.
Here, I'll put them up on the.
Thanks for the free stuff.
Oh.
I got that now.
Wow. It's absolutely. But I would say why don't we says because I'm so
Let me go back to the, so you were like that. Yeah. Here's for yeah, but here's the necessary. I don't disagree, it's like. or.
That's why it's. Yeah, we got a clue over there. That's not really. Why do this? This story.
Yeah.
And I. Very.
Yeah.
Alright. Give you guys 3 more minutes, give questions.
Access.
Oh, yeah, of course. You all good?
I think.
But you know what? Down here's just. I wasn't thinking about that. Yeah.
Okay. What are some of the things you guys are coming up with?
Oh, yeah.
Alright, what do we come up with?
Public utilization. Server.
Okay. Serve the constituent. Okay. What did you guys come up with?
We talked about service, but we also talked about providing leadership and bringing partnerships together.
Okay. Providing leadership. Facilitating partnerships.
Yeah.
Okay.
Delivering infrastructure and safety, as well as community development, planning, zoning, ultimately for higher quality.
Structure. Safety, planning, zoning.
Community development.
Community development.
It will result in a higher quality of life. Save some for everybody else.
Okay. Right? What'd you get that?
Someone has to do
Okay.
it. Sarcasm. Yeah, it provides essential services like infrastructure, water, power, water treatment, that. Safety is up there.
So kind of similar to this one, water, power, water treatment. Okay. What'd you guys get?
Everything very similar.
Did we miss anything?
I think even though, lives better.
Okay. Yeah, they said higher quality of life, make lives better.
Good sign. You do a sign.
What if you answered the phone like that? Like at City Hall? Like,
I might.
You're gonna have to make your life better. I mean, it would certainly like change the tone and go, We used to joke, when they were recorded. One of the receptionists at the time, like, oh, she would be like, City Hall, who in the hall do you want to talk to? Oh, my auntie, bring a little bite to the game, right? Okay. What'd you guys come up with?
It was similar to all of that, basically serving community and we for life, health, safety.
Okay.
Structure.
Life, health, safety, and structure.
Providing services.
Okay. What did ChatGPT say?
Hold on, Dan, what piece do you want to share? We ended up with a lot of adjectives. I'll read them to you.
Okay.
We deliver efficient, transparent government, vibrant public spaces, and high quality services in the Dalles. So every neighborhood.
Efficient, transparent.
Vibrant, high quality. Proud. Speaking for myself, I really like the idea of somehow representing me in every neighborhood, or every generation. Just trying to reach beyond any single strata.
Okay. Does everybody agree with these things? Anything you would disagree with? Anything that needs additional clarity? I mean, these are a lot of adjectives in the debate, what those things mean.
I just noticed in our list, we had expanding opportunities.
Oh, okay. Expanding opportunities.
To emphasize something that we've talked about a little bit, I think. Facilitating partnerships in general, but specifically in the areas that are not our. Have, should. And school districts.
Does everybody agree with that, that that is a function of the city?
What's that?
Facilitating partnerships and providing leadership?
Collaboration with our partners, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, I just wanna make sure we're all on the same page.
But you can make the argument, a city government doesn't have to do that. But I think there's probably a lot of instances, people stop me if I'm wrong, that our city government needs to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I've seen a city government in Oregon that doesn't have to do that, just because there's so much interconnectivity between. Whether it's jurisdictions or like community-based organizations, it's like. We all need each other, so. It's,
I think one of the things that we talked about was navigating competing priorities, to find what's gonna be good for the greater good.
okay. Yeah, one of the challenges, I wonder if that's a challenge,
That might be a challenge.
might be a challenge. Okay. All these other things that we agree with? Like health, safety, infrastructure, what does health mean? Talk about health.
We talk about clean drinking water
Okay,
and making sure community that's free.
Restaurants are.
okay, so when we think about health, we're thinking about code, we're thinking about
Versus.
clean infrastructure.
So it's flashing.
Yeah, okay. And what, mobility?
Everywhere, we have that.
Okay.
Food everywhere.
So, up to code. You said mobility, right? Health could mean different things. Okay. All right. I think we could come up with a mission statement based on this. Again, I'm not gonna try to word it right here right now, but maybe I'll come back to you tomorrow with something. Yeah, too. I just wanna make sure that this is, if this is what we're here to do as a city, then where is it that we wanna be? So. Let's see. For the vision itself. What have we covered yet? So we had, before we broke for lunch. There's certain elements here from your vision stories about infrastructure, community identity. An attractive place to live, economic development, recreation opportunities. Building public trust and homelessness. Anything else that you feel like after having a break from this for a minute that we missed?
So this is for our vision statement. So for me, very simple group, I mean, the way we structured things previously. The vision statement was a number of what we did now vision action. That was the vision for the community. And our current vision, what we do to contribute to that vision. It currently, by working together, we provide services that count. And so I am very excited about crafting a new vision. And here's the current ones. But if we're crafting another vision, how does that fit in with the 2040 vision?
I mean, you could keep it the same. I think you could have, we could put the vision statement here in the center from 2040. If that resonates and feels accurate, and then build the goal areas and the elements around that. I guess in the 2040 plan and community visions, because it's it's based on, it's like the broader community, and I don't know, in a strategic plan. This could be more related to just the organization and where the organization wants to be 3 to 5 years from now versus the community. It helps your goals be a little more targeted and strategic. And so because your vision, your 2040 vision plan also has goals in it. And which are
That aren't necessarily recommended cities. So
right, exactly.
schools
It's
and
broader. It's broader than that. So this gives you an opportunity for this to be more organizationally focused on what the city organization's vision is for 3 to 5 years. And this also isn't a document that certainly you guys are influenced by community input, and we did do some outreach to the community, but this isn't like a community-wide process like your 2040 vision was. Does that help to make some distinction? So there should be alignment. Whatever we develop should certainly align with what's in the community vision, but I feel like it can be more specific to the organization.
And I think it's a really important distinction because we put a lot of time and effort in the community, put a lot of time and effort to run forward.
No.
Disregarding.
Nope.
When we have organizations.
Yeah. Again, like different cities do it different ways, but Hillsborough they just redid their updated their 2035 plan. I don't know if they're updated the timeline on it, but I think it's still called the 2035 plan. And it's their community-wide vision. And so and then they have their strategic plan, which is more organizational. So it's not uncommon to have both. But in the same thing in their structure, the community-wide vision is based on, it involves all of the community-based organizations, and it's much broader. There are only some of the actions that are targeted towards the city, and other organizations are tasked with them. So when you think about all of these elements as part of the vision, where does the organization want to be 5 years from now? What is it what words or phrases are capturing inspiration, hope, forward movement? What helps? We want it to be, a vision should feel like it's stretching you, but it's also grounded enough to be realistic, credible.
I think one of the big things is something that revolves around building public trust. It's so central and so key to a lot of the other things
That you want to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Success.
If you're gonna be successful in doing any of these goals, like trust is core to that.
Maybe enrolling is not the right word, maybe it should be improving, maybe it should be. Public trust issues.
Yeah, maybe we'll just put that off as the idea, but one of the vision elements is public trust. It's hard to gain forward momentum if public trust isn't central. Okay. Public trust and support.
Yeah. Not to add to that, I feel like understanding is one too, and both part of the organization and the community with what we do and what we don't do and what others do. There's a lot of confusion there, and I think previously we're a little unique in some ways that we have other districts that are not part of the city, and the classic example is City Park is not a city park. And there's a lot of confusion there. I think that too.
Yeah. Yeah, good, okay.
Well, answering the question of why, what do we do, and why are we doing it? Why are we not doing it?
What is another key element to where you want to be in 3 to 5 years?
Be underway. Our water. I don't remember now what the timeline is, 3 to 5 years out. That's a very significant area of skill. That's that work that city and public works and partners have done in the last few years and are charging for.
And why is it so important? What's the why behind it? Why are we making this significant investment?
Generational. That. So water is critical for every city, particularly on our minds. We have a lot of there. And uncertain stability of future supply.
And resilience. Basically, it's useful life.
Okay, so it's about resilient, it's about having resilient infrastructure. And the reason I'm trying to broaden it a little bit is because it's the wastewater treatment, right? Or the water treatment plant is pretty specific. Sure, that's gonna end up in goals, but it's like, what's in the vision should include the why behind it. What are we stretching towards? It's about having infrastructure resiliency. Maybe it's water infrastructure resiliency, but I don't know if there are other
It's like
infrastructure.
water supply for extended.
Yeah. But it also includes, I would imagine you're also doing streets and other infrastructure resiliency, wastewater, yeah, okay.
I think it boils down to water being a have to have, and a lot of other things are nice to have. Water's a requirement.
Yeah, okay, so are you guys okay with me putting infrastructure resiliency in here as a key vision element? Okay.
Well, and another category I would add, particular vision for our organization, internal, which is, maybe this captures it, maybe it doesn't, but I want to be one of the top 25 top places to work for. I think that speaks to a lot of we're spending a chunk of our lives. But if that fits within this vision of this is more specific.
Yeah, so being a top place to work. Is that important to you, everybody?
I love it.
Good, yeah, with enthusiasm. Do we want to be a top place to work?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sasha gets some pom-poms out here.
Cowbell.
Good cowbell.
What else? To be done, effort and money. Take care of staff.
Yeah,
Seems to be working.
let's call it out. Let's highlight it. Are we still working towards it? I mean, I've seen just in the 3 years I've been working with you guys, I've been seeing changes on your team, and it seems like that's being done with intention. And it's important, and you want to be a good place to work. I see other organizations where maybe they're not being as intentional about it, and they talk about a challenge being recruitment and retention consistently, and it's not saying it's not that here, but if you're not intentional about it, it's hard. Gotta work at it.
And there's a lot of elements. Last year, we took a big swing at our benefit package. We've taken swings, compensation in years past, what do I have to take? Other big swing at compensation. But it's also culture, not only within the department, staff, but it's with the relationship that we have with council. I talked to a lot of city managers, council talks to a lot of other counselors, and there's a lot of drama out there. Not that we don't have drama.
Yeah.
But it's not bad.
Sasha and I enjoy coming to the Dalles. I don't know that we could say that about every place we work. Some places are harder to do these workshops, so you guys are a nice breath of fresh fall air, so we'll take it.
They can tie together the top place to work, but also building public trust is delivering the product.
Yeah.
Deliver the products does both.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, being a top place to work it delivers. Let's just put that in parentheses. Yeah, it's your, if you are attracting good people, this is likely to follow top service, Okay. Other vision elements. I think we're missing a real key one.
It's having a thriving community. overall, where people feel like they belong, where people feel like they have, you know, what they need to be happy, healthy, and successful.
Yeah, I mean, you guys talked about economic development, like, so it was a huge component of each one of your stories in all slightly different ways, but it was about, you know, the living wage jobs. Stabilization to make sure that you're like, people continue to have like places to shop and things to do. And I mean, economic development supports livability. It truly does. Like you have, these are like, it provides sort of property taxes aren't enough to just sustain a local government. You know, they have some sort of economic tax base as well to be able to provide the extra things that people want for livability. So I don't know, is that? So I'm not sure what the right words are yet to put in here, but it's. Brendan, you said it's a thriving community with opportunity. Yeah, for opportunity for all.
Well, I think that an attractive place to live is a kind of a catch-all for, to me, an attractive place to live means it's keeping and attracting families and families with children. And that goes with schools, parks, trails, you know, you have the recreation up there. To me, that's, I mean, it's more about the system, making it an attractive place to live.
Okay.
Economic development is kind of separate from that, but yet could be a part of it.
Yeah, so attractive place to live, opportunities for all. Let's try this. You guys can wear it. Oh, whoops, I should spell it right. Attractive place to live / thrive. And again, we're not wordsmithing today. I just want to make sure I've got the key points and then opportunities for all. How do we feel about those 5 things?
But the one that all we've been touched on. It may be in that, but the community, I think.
Thoughts on that? Where does identity tie in? I feel like it ties into like all 3 of these things. Like if I want to come work at the city, you know, what is the Dalles? Who is the Dalles? If I'm gonna move here, an attractive place to live, like where, like what, why is it an attractive place to live? Like what is it about this place? And then opportunities for all from an economic, if I'm a business owner, thinking about where I want to locate my business or grow my business. Why the Dalles? What is it about this place that makes it special? I don't know.
It's kind of like that Leavenworth question. I mean, the Leavenworth creates all 3 of those things, but it has a brand. It's a specific kind of, you go in there, you know, if you're moving in as a business, you're gonna fall into this category as you're gonna have similar branding to your community, which just enhances the whole ambiance of that place. That's somehow we need to get connected like that.
Okay, do you want to?
Yes, I feel like it needs to be expanded. Look into them for it's out there, we're talking about it, but what is?
Okay. So, do you guys want me to put that up here? Clear identity? Distinct identity? That part, do we want to, is that something we want to work on over the next 3 to 5 years? Is that part of the vision to have a really clear identity of who the Dalles is?
Aside from like Leavenworth, which I think is an interesting example, but it's like kind of something to point to. Maybe in your experience, Sarah, as somebody that's this from a lot of intersections, what are some like other words or ideas that we should think about when what do other cities think of when they talk about identity? it's hard to say, oh, it's that place that looks like Germany, right? Okay, sure. But like, other than that,
Yeah, I mean, there's
what's an
some,
example?
there are some examples like Leavenworth where they've been really intentional about the design of things. So like you think about Sandy, when you drive through on 26 through Sandy and they have some streetscape, they think of themselves as like the gateway to Mount Hood. And like they've got this kind of Western vibe going. When you go to Sisters, Oregon, same thing. They've got like that Western, I don't know what their tagline is, but
Is identity
but it's not necessarily, you think of, okay, you think of your neighbor Hood River. People think of Hood River has a distinct identity. It is a place of tourism. And like Ben was kind of saying earlier, like they are known for being a place in the 90s of like, it's a city with a cool vibe. There's a whole culture there. You know that there's like a windsurfing community and there are a lot of like tech people, you know, that moved in the 90s for that very specific thing that they have. So it does have this tourism element to it. When you go to Bend also, Sasha and I laugh about the Bend identity all the time. There's this thing on ChatGPT, they're like, create this meme that's Bend. It's like this couple and they like have some water bottles. They look like hikers and they've got their dogs and water bottles attached to them. They're like, no, more Bend, and the music builds and like so do the water bottles and they like start attaching everywhere. And they're like, no, more Bend, and it's like another dog and more water bottles and more and in the back. So I mean, we joke about it, but it does have an identity. Like we were just in Bend. Yes, we go to the meeting and everybody like shows up to the meeting kind of wearing their outdoor gear and everybody has you guys have plastic water bottles, no judgment. But like if I walked into a meeting in Bend with a plastic water bottle, like I would probably be shamed. So it's definitely it is an identity.
Well, up until the lawsuit, the Dalles was the end of the Oregon Trail. And that was our identity. It was on everything. It was.
Could I go to Oregon? I was just in Oregon City for dinner last weekend and they're the end of the Oregon Trail.
They took that.
Yeah, they did, and then they invested in their public park and stuff, and it's literally written all over the place, so
That's right.
I'm not sure you guys can claim that, but we talked about earlier in your history, like there was a geographic crossroads here. And like, I don't know, there's lots of things you could build on, but I guess the main point right here is you think about some of the communities we just talked about, they have worked on, then Hillsborough is another one, the Silicon Forest, like they've kind of honed that identity based on how they've done intentional economic development. So thinking of, you don't have to decide today, but like if that's something you want to work on, I think there are stories to explore where you could see themes emerge that would help you to define your identity. And there's a whole community of people who will also all have an opinion on that.
We're really a gateway to the east end of the gorge. And everything that almost through the gorge or going from the east side, funneling that way, we're the gateway, the east end. Everything that's around here in this region.
Yeah.
Could be something. So
I just think rather than something that's like location based on the map, like where we are relative to other places right now, like if we think about like actually what would not have people continue to drive through us as a gateway to something else that they're going to, but actually get to and stay and like I am hoping that we end up being a location for tech development. You know, there's a whole multiple subsectors of technology industry that would be amazing to draw well, you know, nicely clean careers for folks. People could live here and work remotely, which is a huge draw. Such a beautiful landscape around us for nature's playground, and then if we also thought about focusing on being a health and wellness hub as well, you bring all those sectors together. I just really think there's opportunity here for us to explore that, and that those are all elements to bring that opportunity and make it more attractive to live here.
Okay, Dan, and then I want to make sure we get down here.
Yeah, I guess it's just for like seed for future thought, but a lot of our history has been competitive term. Like this group of people, that group of people, there's certain Indians here, this is being actually heard in restaurants in not too many decades past. And very competitive or conflicting identities between, we talked about already, like different sectors of agriculture versus the aluminum plant, or east versus west. We have had a lot of that in our history. And to some degree, I feel like there's still people that are wound about trying to win that. We're gonna like argue about this thing that happened 20 or 30 years ago, so we can win the argument. And not to pick on you, including maybe the Oregon Trail. It's like, all right, what if we took a deep breath and looked a bit more on some of the mayor's mural project shows us downtown. Yeah, we have a bunch of these disparate or competing groups, but if we sort of took a breath and realize like there's space enough here for opportunity for all, that makes it a really, we don't have to be defined by wheat growers or the cherry growers or the tech industry. It's like there's enough here, opportunity for everybody. And it actually makes it kind of interesting because people are, don't want to be Hood River in part. I think that means, they don't want to be one note, a tourist, this one particular class that look like this, have this kind of money, have water bottles. They want to have like a place to fit, even if it's like they drive a Subaru or they drive a pickup. Go with that. Share this thing. That might be a hard lift for a lot of people, but it also.
Yeah, so I guess the vision theme, kind of getting to what we're driving, like. This is something you guys will have to work on, and again, we're not gonna solve it today, but I'm hearing that you're interested in, as part of this next 5 years, is exploring this, what is your shared identity? Yes? I see head nods, yes, Tim.
Chamber of Commerce uses this identity, and I think it's a good one, is training center for 10,000 years. And the Dalles, if you think about it, is the shopping center for our region. And I think that could possibly be another identity for the future, is promoting this, the economic development of our community. And promote that.
When people come to the Dalles, what do they remember? People that travel through, what do they remember? What do we want them?
The views.
Yeah.
The people.
What do we capitalize on that from a city standpoint? It's our present perception. We'll drive away from there. But is it gonna bring them back? Or
Getting their gas and moving on, but the people that I talk to outside of our region that come through, they say, what a beautiful community, what a beautiful town. And but yet they still just pass through. We have to give them a reason to stop.
Okay,
Yeah, well, that would be another one.
the purposes of this exercise. We are good for right now. I mean, we've got some more work to do, but we've got some themes up here for a mission. We have some elements up here for a vision that we're gonna build on. When I'm done, we'll talk about these things in more detail and how they might manifest into goals and outcomes that you want to see in those 4 areas. But before we can do that, we've looked back, we've looked forward. Now we need to kind of look at right now where we are. So I want to turn your attention to the handouts that we shared. In front of you, here shall we start? In front of you, we have this sheet here. Is a summary of this, the survey results we got from the community. And so you can take a look at that for a moment. And I'll just kind of touch on some of the highlights. So 214 responses. It was, not a huge response rate. How long do we have this survey open?
Just over a month, right?
Yeah. Over a month. But yeah, we've got, so again, it was promoted through social media. Boards and commissions. What's that?
Shared with
Shared
partners.
Yeah, Press release, yeah, so it was shared a couple different ways.
Period of time wasn't available.
Like mid-September through October 31st.
Yeah.
Around that time.
So, out of those responses, 92% of those, were folks who live in the Dalles. And others who either work or go to school here or visit here or employed by the city. So we heard some of the key themes. Well, the number one issue mentioned across all the survey responses was related to housing and homelessness. So, still some, more options to buy or rent, so affordable housing, shelter and services for the unhoused. And then a call to just combine compassion with safety and code enforcement. I think this kind of gets to your vision theme here of an attractive place to live and thrive. Still seen as a concern for folks. And just addressing encampments in public spaces. I think that's supposed to say in spaces. This is still a draft, so this will be shared back with those who participated in the survey and their website. So you guys are getting a sneak peek today. What else did we hear? Schools, youth, and education. So again, as you all mentioned today, school facilities is a big concern. The education and economy it's seen as a key driver of economic vitality and attracting families here. Opportunities for youth, which I think we've also touched on already. So recreation, sports, learning. We want to keep families here. Other things we've heard, streets and mobility, maintenance first, fixing existing roads before starting new projects. Concerns about poor pavement sidewalks, especially outside downtown and on the west side. Connectivity, improving bike lanes, sidewalks and crossings. Heard about downtown revitalization, economic vitality, which is things we've already talked about today as well. That people, see the recent downtown improvements, but are thinking about how do we get a livelier, more diverse, authentic city center. So concerns about absentee landlords, vacant spaces, keeping the charm while adding modern amenities, cohesive standards to enhance that historic character. What else? Around streets and mobility, we talked about that. Governance, accountability, transparency. So clear decision making around finances, taxes, and people's role. I know you guys have talked a lot about people. I do think we kind of touched on just a little bit in the history. There's confusion around, and I think it's just confusing for me. It was confusing to me the first time Matthew explained it about all this whole funding structure and the SIP and all. I mean, it's just it's not something. It's what? Yeah, right. What's wrong with me? So I think it's complex and people's attention span is like this big, so you've gotta be able to figure out how to break it down quickly and easily.
Just on that note, I talked to staff, leading up to this too, and I think it just comes down to, it is a complex situation. I don't know what you would call it, relationship, but I think you just need to tell people how they're benefiting from it. That's what they need to know. So people just don't understand it. So they just need to know what benefits they're getting.
What's in it for me?
Yeah, that's
Sadly, that's really what.
and then
hear.
tell that story loud and proud, like just get it out there.
Well, in the early days, Google hid their identity, so that made it tough
Yeah,
to be able to explain that, but here recently we can do that, but they still don't like to have public releases, they still.
well. If you want to get past some of the things that have been highlighted here, I think there's certainly ways to think about, when we think about building public trust, some things that you're gonna want to focus on in your goals. Public trust is also highlighted in here, just that people frustrated with limited communication, perceived lack of engagement. That's an area where you've started working on it, but it takes time. So I think continuing to invest in that and think about how to resource it appropriately to keep the good work going. And then there's just concern that attention favors downtown or industry over broader community needs. Growth and development management, balancing progress with capacity. So some of the key themes here, smart growth, fair share, ensuring large users like will share the growth costs, equitable investment, spreading city and urban renewal funds fairly, infrastructure limits, concerns about water supply and system strain. Recreation parks and community life, so parks and trails, expanding and improving access, especially on the west side along the riverfront. Community connection, family-friendly events, festivals, rec opportunities. You guys are very in touch with what your community wants, but they're all things you've already touched on in your vision stories. Access and upkeep, so maintain and grow funding for parks and rec for all ages. And then this one too, down here, livability, beautification, and public safety. So again, you've already touched on it, but there was a strong call to just clean up the Dalles. I think this one was came just behind or just in line with like schools and just behind both housing and homelessness, and maybe just in line with schools and education. But wanting a city that feels safe, well cared for, and inviting for locals and visitors. Questions about any of this? Again, I feel like it just validates things that you've already shared and that are already on your radar. But just knowing that these are things your community is talking about and asking about as well. Okay, what the other thing you have in front of you? You have this context map. This one here at the top is from 2 years ago, the 2023-24 context map. And then the spot matrix here is the one from last year. So when we did this, when we had these context conversations, this is just a refresh for you all to remind you some of the things that we talked about that were relevant for the context at that time. And some of these things are probably no longer relevant because they either solved them or moved on. And then some of them may still be relevant. And so that's what I just want you to take a moment to look at this, maybe jot down a few notes or circle anything that you feel like is still relevant or maybe has grown in importance. And then I want to capture that up here, and just this is kind of an area space to update the environmental scan and highlight any future challenges. Okay. So in looking at these, anything that's changed in the community environment since we've had these discussions last? Any new opportunities or pressures that we should be thinking about? Or any of these that you're noticing that are still very relevant?
The technology factors stands out to me, it's still very.
Okay, which piece of it? All of it?
The whole box, yeah.
Okay, technology factors.
The what was the result? What is the idol?
The upheld, it's
Oh, that was the one for homelessness. It's basically like that was the foundation for providing the time, place, and manner ordinances, right?
Right.
Where cities could then regulate that.
Upheld the decision from supported grants passed. The problem is, it's ironic that grants passed was the amendment plan of whatever, and yet the law does not apply to them because we have our own state law. Supreme Court decision. Move, right, Jonathan?
That's right.
How does that work?
State law trumps the Supreme Court of the United States.
Well, I know that, but does that make sense?
No. But not to me. Jonathan can explain.
Sure.
You want me to do that now?
No.
During the break. Okay. Other things from this, so Brenda mentioned the technology factors are still relevant for the organization. Anything else still relevant from either of these?
Well, so from the context app, I wasn't really looking at the spot matrix, but two things that I think we should be proud of in a sense is we given some good direction on how to use the SIP revenue in terms of
Okay.
a very policy level direction. And associated with that and our water treatment plant, increased water rates and sewer rates. Not that that's like a goal, but that's a hard decision that we made. It's necessary to achieve a lot of what we're talking about, infrastructure resiliency and et cetera, et cetera. And we really tied that together. And this is where I think it's a little lost on the community, like how does it benefit me? Benefit is your rates didn't go up as much as they would have otherwise, which is more complex than my rates went down. Right? And I think most people in this room get that. It's harder to deliver that message.
So you guys did raise rates, but not as much as they would have otherwise because of this.
Because of the decision this group made to allocate some of those funds. That's how it benefits the constituent. Because without that decision, rates would have gone up 30%. Instead, they went up 7.5%. And I think the other Google in this, especially, that really contributed to how long we're able to put off raising rates. So for 10 years, we didn't have a rate increase. And I think part of that is raising rates is painful, but also, have a lot of additional revenue. And they have allowed that to happen longer.
Okay.
And that's something that really appears here is just what we were doing these were major discussion points.
Yeah. Big policy things that you guys tackled with the last one.
Another big change was MCMC going from Portland to Adventist Hospital. And that was a major change with personnel. And now we're experiencing layoffs from Adventist hospitals. So that's an additional bit of complex problem that I see under customer needs. Maintaining health in our community and supporting our hospital somehow.
So maintaining access to
Yeah,
healthcare.
medical access.
Okay.
Something that's mentioned on the spot matrix under problems is the Dalles has an attitude problem, issues from the past continue to come up. And so how do we look at that? And say, look at how the Dalles broke through last cycle. How do we as a city communicate what we're working on? Change that and communicate that out to the rest of the community. Because we're not in that 80s, 90s cloud over us anymore, and yet I think that cloud is still lingering in a lot of people's memories.
Yeah, so
I think guys, we put it here, continue to come up, which implies that it just shouldn't come up. Right? Just get over it. I think it's much more along the lines of to your point. It's not just saying get over it, but like it needs to come up because it's unresolved.
What specific areas up? What continues to come up that's unresolved?
Well, I think one element is east and west schools. That's the element that pops in my mind first and foremost. Is that a lot of the lack of trust started that and still seems to emanate from hostile people. So there's a lot more to that in subsequent years, but that is part of that. Saying to those people who care about that or really concerned about that, you can't just tell them to get over it. Don't break up and you have to think about how you resolve it. You're not going to fix things. You happened in the past, but.
How do you honor that sentiment and like validate those feelings
And then.
so that we can move forward?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yes, it all gets back to the public trust. I mean, I was very, as most you know, I was very involved with class food. And the reason it failed, the one before that in 2018 was because the school district wasn't having trust in the community. Now, is it incumbent upon us to try to improve that? Probably, because people lump us with the school district and vice versa. I think there's a lack of public trust about our relationship with group. I think there's a lot of misinformation that gets thrown out on social media and otherwise that interferes with our ability to put out a positive message.
I think it gives boards real opportunities for outreach and engagement on multiple levels, and then also both internal and external change management. Or bringing people along within the organization and.
Okay, so I just put over here, challenges, lack of public trust, misinformation. And then opportunity here is, oh my God, you just said it, thank you, outreach and engagement,
And then change management.
and change management. Okay. All right, other things? New stuff, old stuff? What do we need to be thinking about?
I'm gonna rip on this for a second about problems from the past. I think it's a cultural and an attitude issue. I think there are a lot of unresolved. I don't know that I honestly want to honor that, because I think a lot of. We have allowed the crappiest, loudest voices to dominate the public conversation for lots of decades in some ways. Like, I've had enough of that. And I don't think it's healthy for a community. I do think it's healthy for a community not to be in sort of a Pollyanna sense. I really take to heart Chief Worthy's comments that there's a lot of folks that are struggling. I get that. That said, there are things we can celebrate, we can articulate a narrative, what we're appreciating, and really lean into that, rather than worrying too much about the naysaying on Facebook, for instance. That social media, especially Facebook, is designed to piss people off and wind them up. That's how it works. Instead of trying to go on there or worry about that, it's like, no, let's provide an alternate narrative that's true and forward looking and honest, and also has sort of a positive sense of what we're about.
Now, I'd like to follow up on, I think there should be a discussion as to what Dan is bringing up, and our strategy has always been to ignore it. Is that really the best strategy? I've been on social media now for 2 years. And mentally healthiest I've ever been, but I will tell you that I wonder to what extent social media crap reflects the feelings of the community. And if the answer to that is don't worry about it, that doesn't reflect the truth, it's only a distinct majority, fine, let's move on to something else. But if in fact the negative stuff you see on social media is a true reflection of how people feel about the city and the community, I think that deserves a further discussion. I think what Amy has done the last year has been amazing as far as getting that positive message out. I think we have more than doubled our social, whatever you call what you do, seriously I do. But I really think we need to, if in fact the answer to my question is, it does make a big impact, I think we have to take that next step. And whether we ignore it or whether we get more involved with it, that's beyond my pay grade. And I think that deserves further discussion. There's people, and You know, my wife is on there a lot, and she tells me what, if there's anything in there I need to know, but the last school bond lost by, I think, 350 votes. And if we think that social media was totally negative about school, and the question becomes, do you think that social media was responsible for changing 175 votes? There's people that I know in this that think absolutely. So, but for the social media, we could turn 175 votes around, we'd have a new high school. So to me, that deserves a discussion. And again, if the answer to that question is, it's only about 5 people, don't worry about it, fine, let's move on to something else. But to me, that's a huge problem, big problem.
I don't think we're saying different things, Rich. But I think my case is, instead of trying to like whack-a-mole, so-and-so said this, and like, we know some of the names. So-and-so said this, so-and-so says this, so-and-so thinks this. You're never gonna resolve that. Some people, that's what it is. Some people are always gonna be upset that we put in a roundabout instead of having that wonky Y there that I hated. That's the percentage of people, it's always gonna be. But for the much larger percentage of people that maybe don't pay attention to local government except until they like run into a dead end, like what's going on here? It's like, we're rebuilding the water system or the sewers or the street. We can give them transparency and an honest account, and I think we have in a much more energetic fashion the last few years. I think that's also good. Like the more we do of that, like we put out an honest, positive, energetic narrative. I would say, let's focus on that and focus all on that. And then like what channels we put it out on, what percentage, that's that one.
I mean, I hear you guys agreeing, it's just a question of strategy.
Yes.
Yeah, and we've worked with other communities who are fighting the same battle, and it takes a couple of years to get a strategy underway, figure out your tactics, but it is certainly possible. But it is kind of combating misinformation and toxic stuff with good information and telling your own story. I mean, there's a lot of, if you think about all the different factors that have really shifted, like we used to have local journalists and local papers, and there used to be other ways that this information got out in the community, and that landscape has changed dramatically, and cities haven't quite caught up with how they've resourced communications and engagement to be able to, for good reason. I mean, there's lots of competing priorities, but this is becoming a real challenge. And so anyhow, there's like certainly strategies that I do think there's saying, and it's something to pay attention to in your, as you set your goals and think about how you resource your budget.
Yeah, I think another problem, and I think I feel like a broken record every time we have these conversations, it's sidewalks. I'm gonna emphasize that as like, it may seem like a little thing, but our the shift in powers that be over the last 15 years has put us in a situation where we're not getting this needed infrastructure to our developments. And as a result, the city is using what finite resources we have, the grant funds that we receive, to go build the infrastructure, because we have a system that's not allowing us to put this off onto developers or onto a development. And we're pushing 17,000 people. And our policies around those types of improvements are that very small rural community. You talk about communities that are quarter the size of Dalles that require this type of infrastructure. I think on it, it's a philosophical change that needs to happen. And I think that's the only way we're gonna have like real, true, sustainable long development, try to increase multimodal transportation. But it's taken many years just to like tangle the whole nest up and create codes and resolutions and all these things that have made it so if I want to require a developer to put a sidewalk in, I can't do that. So that'll be my little like soapbox pitch here, trying to get that maybe try to change our mindset and our points on, what actually is, what entails a complete development work. We're gonna continue going back and back and back.
Josh, is it just sidewalks or is it more than that? All of the green infrastructure?
Well, I mean, I know, our focus, regionally is the water master plans, like our utilities and ground, but. Yeah, I think the biggest, probably the easiest thing to see is the.
When it comes to this attractive place to live, like reconnecting the elements.
Yeah, it's an attractive place to live, but it's also just like, these things are needed. This is like, you continue to create island developments where we're gonna continue relying on the automobile in this community. So we start changing the goals. I think there are changes that we made previously at the council level. It's gonna be pitching it to try and these things, but if we don't do it, if we don't require these developments or developers, it's gonna be continued that the city continuing to pull it out of our pockets to pay for it. And there's a lot more important things that we may be focusing on, what we may think are more important, and we're not. We don't have the money to continue. We're not pouring in enough in our SDCs to pay for sidewalks, so.
All right, we're gonna come back to this conversation. We're scheduled to take a break and I see like a post-lunch slump happening. So I would encourage you to get up and move around a little bit. Let's take 10 minutes and we'll see you back here at 2:12. Right, so looking at our map here, any other trends that feel particularly important for the next 3 to 5 years before we move on from this?
What section are we looking at?
And just in our environmental scan, and he's reflected on what we had last year. Talked about some stuff that we're kind of zeroing in on for this year. Sure, but are there any other important trends that we have not yet touched on?
I think the city might be able to expand use of AI solutions for some routines.
Okay,
AI is just getting here and it is everywhere, 5 years far out for that.
It's funny because in 2024, Tom, we put AI is coming.
yeah, how are you guys doing much at all with AI yet? Do you have at least have a policy around AI for how to use it, or?
You've seen everybody use ChatGPT around the room? Everybody's been giving you answers.
Is that how we generated this? How do you think this agenda came to be?
Well, so one like kind of example, right, and we're gonna talk about it, the upcoming budget process is. A lot of people are using AI free version, right, and it times out after some queries or whatnot.
Yeah.
And so, should we budget money to have ChatGPT subscription? How many subscriptions and which departments have them like that, just like a rubber meets the
You guys
road.
use Microsoft? Oh, no, you're.
No, actually, we are.
Who's process?
Brenda's not here. We are unsupported in our transition to Microsoft 365.
Oh, well, then you have Copilot. I mean, I just know CIS just went.
I mean, that's a great point, like,
Yeah.
could we really be going down ChatGPT around?
Google's adding
more?
AI to their services too.
Yeah, anyway, yes, so, but thinking about, I was just doing a workshop earlier this week with CIS, City County Insurance Service, well, now they're just CIS, they're branded. But they had this element in their strategic plan, they're thinking about AI for lots of different reasons, but also like how to use it for internally, and so, and their IT. Saw some kind of sad state, did a big IT strategic plan, one of the things was at least getting a policy around how to use it internally. They didn't end up rolling out with Copilot, like everybody had basic system on, so it is a very important point to raise, because lots of organizations, public organizations are figuring out how to use it, how to have good policies around it. How to leverage existing tools where, we have to pay for an extra thing versus can be leveraged what we've got.
I mean, I'm sorry Ben's not in the room, but it's only in its infancy for full scale automation. This is right. So when you start marrying AI and robotics, pretty soon it's doing a lot more stuff, right?
Yeah.
And that is like right around it. So,
It's happening faster than we are prepared, yes.
for example, in public safety, it would not be possible to essentially run a full dispatch center on AI, you have the right programming around it.
Yeah.
That's in taking emergency calls where lives are at stake, it's possible.
Wow, I think Tom, we had conversations around drone as a first responder to certain categories of calls, relieving the pressure on this officer taking off right from the room of the police department.
Yeah, and this town for solutions like that is really well situated, not only for drone as a first responder, but other automation around license plate readers and various sensors for public safety. And all of that ecosystem can come together to further enable safety and maybe not reduce police officers, but at least empower them to be more efficient.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's like coming and want to get on board with AI somehow. I think we'll be out there.
Yeah, good. Okay, other trends that are, especially when we think over the next 3 to 5 years, that's a good one to have on there. What else? Anything else really important that we need to be thinking about for the next 3 to 5 years?
Remote work. So there's certain jobs probably within the city that could be done remotely.
Okay.
What's the policy around that, and what's the fail safes to make sure you're getting your money? And matter of fact, when we're talking about gateway to the gorge, maybe work gateway to the world's fastest community internet. I mean, a lot of people would like that. This is a place to work and live. If we have that, like
Internet is now. It's
Yeah,
as important
yes.
to most people as water. Or more.
More and more, you said.
Facebook.
Okay. Any other things we wanna make sure we don't lose out on over the next 3 to 5 years?
Childcare is still on the table. It's something we had before, but,
Still there.
Yeah, childcare.
although that could fall under the category of residual responsibility.
Well, and then the medical.
Sheet 2.
I don't know, when you think about your alignment with your mission and what I've seen in other cities organizations, this like facilitating partnerships is one where some cities have been really successful in being at least a convener of partners. Because it impacts the community so broadly and impacts economic development, impacts cities' workforce potentially, and so yeah, that seems relevant to put up there. Okay, anything else? You guys ready to turn our attention to the existing goals?
We are.
Okay, probably just. Okay. So. Maybe let's do this for efficiency's sake, maybe you guys work in groups. And I give you the questions, or do you guys want to walk through them all together?
What's the question?
The questions are, which still feel relevant, clear, what needs to evolve? Summarize. And which ones maybe need to be flagged to, like you need to provide clarity around, you know. Is this measurable? Like highlighting things that maybe are measurable. So is it relevant? What's the status on the progress? And, you know, is it measurable or does it need to be refined?
Are we looking at just the goals of
The actions.
The question is whether we stay in the through or break into small groups. We could get-
Yeah, do you guys think we can move through these pretty efficiently as a big group? Okay, let's just do that then. All together now. All right. First one, we have the goal around livability of these 2 sheets here. And enhance the livability of the Dalles by prioritizing safety, economic vitality, access to modern services, while creating and strengthening spaces that foster meaningful connections. All right, first action on here is stated is ongoing, proactively train and retain police officers, cultivating the next generation of leaders by assessing market conditions, looking at shift schedule options, ensuring strong training. Is this still relevant?
Yes. Wait,
Wait,
I mean, it's gonna be ongoing.
it's on operational,
Yeah.
like
Be a
complete
lot of
operational.
progress and
Okay, begin construction of the Federal Street Plaza.
Coming up.
Okay. So this one's definitely still relevant.
We just let our public goal if they get that thing open by probably.
2026.
26.
You've been waiting for this for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
you know. Yeah.
Okay. Deploy CAD RMS system and associated infrastructure in partnership with Wasco County and Mid-Columbia Fire and Rescue.
Ongoing.
Ongoing. Okay, reimagine neighborhood enforcement action team with a focus on local business support and reestablish Mid-Columbia interagency narcotics team.
50%.
Okay, maintain funding for sidewalk rehabilitation and ADA replacement programs. Going.
Operational.
Does it need to stay on this list in order to continue
Probably not, it's something that's baked into our.
in your operations?
Without we continually adding but so
Yeah.
issues and cap ramps and sidewalks like Wall Street.
I think kind of the element here is that this program exists, it's established, it's being used. We intend on continually funding it unless we're directed otherwise. So it's a success, and that's a big consensus around the room, like necessarily.
It's also.
All right, I'm just gonna,
Yeah.
it's like complete, we can take it off on the one as we cross through. These are all staying on. Okay.
Update the economic opportunities analysis, craft a vision, prioritize, and begin implementing economic development actions. Okay, review and update animal control ordinance.
Almost done. No, it's done.
It's done?
It's no, it's.
So we have dogs.
That's not, that's the.
He keeps like animals and dogs, they don't do this. We're almost done.
Okay, what?
Let's not put it on
50%.
It's not going for next year, it's done in. A month from now.
Okay, all right, well, 50% of this.
Well, then do the OAs.
The top ones are 50%, okay. All right, form an ad hoc, by the time the document gets finalized, if it's done, we'll take it off. Okay. Okay, form an ad hoc committee to review and streamline the sign code.
But what?
Sign code,
Oh, we have that.
is it still relevant?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want that on as a goal or?
Well, Sarah, correct me if I'm wrong. This is kind of review what's up there.
Yeah,
We won't have.
yeah, you guys can adjust it further, I just, right, and if it's not relevant at all, I wanna make sure we cross it off, but if it's still relevant, we're gonna leave it here for right now.
Coordinate joint work sessions between city council, Wasco County and school district. 2020 school board to collaboratively discuss the future of school facilities.
This is probably casual.
I think that's still relevant, it partly hasn't happened because big swing in the school election.
Okay. All right. What about goal 2, housing? So establish a housing working group to support and advance the implementation of the housing production strategy.
So it's still relevant.
Okay. Explore interest and possibility of city representation on the Mid-Columbia Housing Authority.
That's done.
Woohoo! Thanks, Sasha. I love when things get done.
Okay, explore the creation of a pre-approved housing plans to streamline the application process.
That's on.
Amend zoning regulations to permit triplexes, fourplexes, and cottage cluster housing in the RL zone.
That's on.
Okay. Evaluate the potential for implementing a multi-unit property tax exemption to encourage housing development.
That's ongoing.
Okay. Houselessness, let's see, first action here, consistently tag and abate camps and other debris within the right of way or on public property in partnership with private property owners and other agencies. UPRR and
Every day. But you can't bring up, so. Ongoing.
Okay.
That's ongoing.
Identify legislative policy changes and improve access and entry into medical and behavioral health services. City manager, mayor, council president submit letters of support and or submit legislative testimony.
Ongoing. Well, no.
Is it still relevant?
Yeah, it's still relevant.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Friday.
Ensure city council and staff are well informed on homelessness and wraparound services by actively engaging in relevant informational opportunities and inviting partner agencies to present on these issues. Okay. Sorry, ongoing.
Ongoing.
Okay. Maintain vigilance and responsiveness to nuisance reports throughout the community and evaluation of existing and potential tools and resources needed to mitigate said nuisances.
Codes enforcement does that every day.
Is this operational? Should I take it off?
3.1. That tag, I mean, that's.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what about 3.3?
What is it?
Is that operational as well?
The 3.3 is that well informed on homelessness and wraparound services, engaging in informational opportunities.
In way, is that kind of like having the CAC come and speak at town?
Yeah. So it's here, yeah.
That'll probably happen once a year.
Once in order, it's supposed to. Yeah.
That's what most feels operational.
It's operational, but we've only had like, what, a month?
One report.
I'm gonna leave it for next week. You guys get it.
Well, there's been a change in leadership.
Yeah.
That is true.
Okay, next one, fiscal sustainability and planning. Adhere to council policy on allocating Google revenue to effectively support city operations, address generational construction needs, and fund opportunity.
Operational.
Operational.
Yeah.
Okay, maintain and continually improve process for reviewing funding requests from local agencies and nonprofits with a distinction between tourism related requests and general.
Coming up on November 24th.
Well, we made the distinction between tourism and general,
Processes.
but we have not refined the process by which decisions that the budget committee makes based on these sort of operational criteria. All right. That's true.
I mean, with the TLT ordinance revision and the process that we have, yeah, we really differentiated those two. We have a tourism fund, which should have had for 25 years now, but the funding program is, and it's processed and the criteria. Is there a committee that review those applications? That's something Amy and I have been working on quite a bit. We'll have a discussion item at the November 24th council meeting on it.
Completion coming soon is what I'm hearing.
Oh, I'm sure it's gonna be a disaster. We'll have a couple versions.
Is it a discussion?
There's not people that put it out there. Okay, maintain an unappropriated ending fund balance equal to 4 months operating and 10% contingency.
Operation.
Okay. Okay, ongoing review and updates of right of way use and franchise agreements with the goal of creating a comprehensive chapter to govern all future agreements.
We have one franchise that doesn't have a franchise agreement. But all the rest have franchise agreements. So.
All the rest of the franchise facilities.
Yeah.
They're right away.
Except for one.
I hope so. Yeah, that's right. I hope so.
You book so well.
Yeah.
You book so good. But I'm right?
Yeah.
Okay, when are we gonna get that fixed?
We're working on it. Matthew left the room at the worst time.
We can come back to this one.
Yeah, we are well on our way to establishing a robust system. City that support the revenue of private day, students, all sorts of big things. What's this, what are the options here? Operational?
Yeah, if it's either complete and operational,
Is that gonna be? So what?
but is it part of, is it part of a continuous work? Would you always do?
Yes, but like establishing like a robust framework for all of them, I guess that's pending. Okay, I'll give you the inside baseball. I'm ready to go on ordinance for the most part, but Matthew thinks we should slow down. So.
I'm gonna put a question.
Where do you go?
No.
Sorry, I'm gonna put a question mark next to it.
You just want to come in.
He
He
did,
didn't want to, he didn't want
he
to.
told me, he said, Sarah, when you get to that one, I'm gonna step back for a
And
minute.
he's slowing it down.
Just keep going.
Right when it comes back in, we'll go right back to food waste.
So when John's on the spot, it just.
So put his name next to it.
Yeah.
I could immediately see.
Okay. All right. Matthew. Let's roll up. Okay. Goal 5 is infrastructure, complete and update to the wastewater master plan.
It's underway.
Underway.
It's supposed to be completed. All of 26.
Okay. Let's see now. Okay, identify and develop revenue streams to fund the implementation of water master plan projects. That's complete.
It's always on.
It's always on, I've been all meetings.
We get the major.
But we're executing.
You guys did the policy piece of it, which is what this is focused on.
We're waiting for water rate. Correct. Move them like that. Yes.
Okay,
So then it ties in with the 30% design plans and going after WIFIA funding and stuff. Is that part of this?
if that's stuff you would do anyway,
Well, that's the plan. Yeah.
that's operational.
And that came out of the master plan.
Yes. That would be operational.
Operating.
If you have a system in place that kind of directs that you do that, then yeah. I remember, this was the policy piece here, which is what helped. Okay, complete a master plan for city-owned buildings and public facilities. We do this yet?
I don't think so.
No, okay, it's still relevant, we still need to do that?
Yes, no.
Complete assessment of the Sixth Street Bridge and seek state funding for replacement. How's that working out? Okay, evaluate the city-related improvements required from developers for commercial, residential, industrial projects in alignment with master plans and community needs.
That was sort of one of the things that Josh was alluding to earlier, with sidewalks.
The sidewalks thing.
Improvements required for development, and what kind of city do we want to be, you know, I think common arguments. Right. Developers think about some of these issues, if we require developers to install, effectively increasing the cost of development, right? And so, some developers will say, well, they're just gonna pass that on to the buyers. Some cities say that that's okay, to need sidewalks, or other things. And so that's on the same council policy decision. At some point, we're going to get some question on that, for staff, so I'll just see from that with Josh, I'll say that's ongoing.
I think sidewalks are a very important asset for every community, so I think it should be required of the developers. But, there's no question in my mind it would have. But is there other things that we can do in other areas that would offset the cost?
Yeah, I mean,
You know, we have to get into it now, I understand. There are things that we can alleviate the cost of developers that would offset the increased cost of demanding sidewalks.
There are some ideas, I mean, this is a council meeting, right? So maybe council can give us some input on, would you guys like to see a discussion item on that soon, at some point in the next few months? Because I think it's right for us to kind of before we do an improvement.
You guys are gonna get a chance to highlight some priorities before you go today. I think that's how we'll wrap it up, so.
Well, the thing is, are you in a position where you can offer meaningful input into our discussion at this point with all the stuff back? Or is it gonna be another year? What can you get? So,
I've been making notes on this since I've been in the city. So yeah, I have,
Got a file.
a lot of notes on structure. Moves that were made and, the code. It comes down to a lot of code. It's actual code that was starts with. But yeah, it'll definitely increase the cost of development. It's just, we're getting so far behind in our inventory that, unless we act now, that cost is gonna continue to just separate, the actual cost of development structure itself.
It's like the whole west side is that classic. The whole west side is developed in county's jurisdiction as county. Unincorporated sidewalks out there at all. And there's a crack for them, especially like around the schools and say across the school. And the whole thing is none of that's good unless there's a big redevelopment. All that we're going to do is develop for infill. It's like, how are we going to get sidewalks in that areas? So some big projects and grants, and you're not going to pass it on to the property owners. It's not going to be development unless it's results.
Okay. We got one more to go through. Public relations. Last one here. 6.1, create a new city website to enhance accessibility, improve user experience, and provide easier access to essential city information.
I think that one actually needs refining. With like some of the IT priorities right now, it's become more of a like taking our existing one and improving that, fixing the search and stuff like that. So it's ongoing and it needs refining.
Okay. Okay, next one, complete the digitization of city records, enhance public accessibility, and create educational materials to guide users on how to search and access records.
Phase one complete. I think we still have 2 more phases to go for the public accessibility and for our user. So I'd say we're a third. We've got everything scanned.
Good question. Don't we have a public accessible forms?
Yes, but not all those documents that were scanned are there. Are they?
Significant amount of them are. Right? No.
Yeah.
Okay, next one, implement new ClearGov budget book software to improve transparency in the budgeting process.
Yeah.
Done. Okay. Plan and execute the 5th local government academy using feedback to make it more interactive and better align with participants' interests, including opportunities for involvement in local government.
That's operational. That's operational now.
It's also.
It's done the 5th, but it'll
The 6th one, up next.
6, yeah. We need to keep adding it.
Grow and enhance the city's overall media engagement with initial focus on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Collecting input through relevant content and surveys and identifying key topics of interest to constituents.
We'll continue to do that, but we have grown our following quite a bit.
We've done last year,
It's operational.
yeah, it's tremendous progress.
Okay. Operational.
Join Instagram. Join Instagram.
Okay. Develop and distribute brand guidelines to all employees covering local usage, typesetting, color palettes, and templates for presentations, business card, letterhead, and maps.
We're ongoing. We're
Ongoing.
30%. You don't agree with me? For a long way on.
I don't know what to say. Like 70, 90% done with that.
We've not, we don't
We
have
have
the.
this completely different perspective.
Okay, yes, we do. 30%.
We'll go with 30 to 90%. Large spread. All right, well, we just need Matthew, your question on this one, so we'll make sure to hit him with that when he comes back.
All right, so just kind of looking ahead to tomorrow, I want to get a little bit more feedback from you guys before we improve this section, but for tomorrow, what I have you guys doing is starting to think through what are our goal areas here based on what we talked about contextually and the vision. And I feel like the stuff you talked about for the mission that kind of helped to focus this piece. And so I feel like this is all in alignment, and so I don't feel concerned about that. But we need to start to map out some goal areas and then outcomes for those. And then some of this stuff is going to feed into that. And so I think what I want you to do for the last part of this context exercise is give a little bit of direction on kind of based on the things we talked about contextually today and what you've heard about as far as what's still out there in the universe for the things you identified last year, is thinking about where is focus most needed. If you could name 3 things based on today's discussion, where do you think the city should be focusing? What 3 things should the city be focusing on?
So we're not already focused.
They're listed up there.
It could, yeah, that are listed up here if there's something that's not listed yet. My hope is that it would be listed because I have a pretty
I'm sorry.
broad set of stuff here.
Say that again.
Yeah, so after reviewing these goals and all the actions over here and the things that we've talked about today, the things you know are out there that we haven't had to dive into it broadly yet, where do you think, what 3 things do you think the city should be focusing on? Where do you think the focus is needed over the next 3 to 5 years? So you can write them down on a post-it. If you would. And maybe write each one, so maybe take 3 post-its and write each one on its own post-it, so I can start to group them together and see where there's.
The back wall there.
Yeah, Sasha, you help them back there to say, after they write their things down, help them. Yes. Sit for a second. Yeah. Obviously, this suggests that you're changing. Should have in the visioning that happens about, like, yeah.
Am I taking them from people?
Yeah, I'm gonna help them group. Okay.
So this isn't for tomorrow, we're supposed to do this now?
Yeah, for today. I'm just kind of we're trying to do a temperature check to see kind of where we are, thinking about things I know are out there that haven't been mentioned yet.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Okay. I got. I felt it. Active place to live and thrive. Not where.
No, if it's up there, I wanna know the top 3. One of the things, so what I'm thinking, the perspective I'm thinking from, and one of the things you guys mentioned is that there's so many things that the city's working on that sometimes it feels like too much. And so I'm curious, if I were to make a focus on just 3 things, where are the 3 areas where we really need to be zeroing in on? Yeah.
Okay, all right, not additional.
It could be, if something that's come up that you feel like is a really important thing that hasn't been said yet. Then sure. I hope that was on my Facebook. Sorry about that.
Perfect. Thank you. Anyone else got anything? What? You don't have any?
Just, mine's are.
Go for it. Your heart desire. Sarah might not agree, but I told him to give you a fourth one. I'm not coming to post it.
Sasha, this isn't a free for all.
Jonathan didn't do any, so. Okay. Look at that. Thank you, thank you.
You don't have bigger than that, we can't see him. Hey, you wrote a big. Here.
Community engagement with community trust, like. And leadership with community partners.
I don't know.
Thank you. What's that?
What are these for?
They're just fidget toys. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's all kind of different ones. I can separate them.
Like that reminds me of Shrek. That's like little
My
Shrek
favorite
antenna.
Martian.
Oh, there you go.
Doesn't take much to entertain us here in the Dalles, does it?
You know, you'd be surprised, it doesn't, they've been wildly popular this year. People all like, I passed around in a meeting the other day and the elected officials were like, what are these? And I was like, these are called fidget toys. They're made for 2 to 4 year olds. And by the end of the meeting, I guarantee you'll have elaborate design. I gotcha. There you go. And they did. There you go. What happens late in the day? The time you know it's time to wrap it up.
Great.
All right. Good. This helps me think about how to group your whole areas for tomorrow and how to guide that discussion. I think one thing we have not heard, I feel like we talked the airport, Sasha, you can group with economic development stuff. One thing I just want to make sure we touch on, that hasn't come up as much, but library services. Is there anything specifically related to library that we should be thinking about that we haven't touched on yet?
Well, we do have 2 library things right here today.
Oh, good.
So we have library edition and the auditorium for the library.
Okay.
Auditorium.
And would that be, is that something that's included? Is that something that's included in the facilities planning? Or is this above and beyond what's already up there? And we talk about the master plan for city buildings. It's not in that master plan, okay.
It should be, it's kind of an easy priority for the city because funding would be the library district.
Okay.
Library foundations and the raise the funds, so. It's a no cost.
Okay.
One of the things I think about though, around unified services is that the library does actually kind of their programming and typically a lot of that is in Parks and Rec and or supplemented there, and we're not seeing that here in our community. So I kind of wonder if like holding Parks and Rec City having to supplement the library programs would be beneficial, or at least Parks and Rec would be.
The Parks District, okay. So thinking about that through the partnership role, okay.
Yeah, partnership or unification services.
Okay,
And I think having that, Jeff has done a great job with the library. I didn't think just hearing, seeing some of the opportunities for children. Way, granted, I just think like theater, like alleys, things that are like staples in the community that we don't have anymore. But like library has just so many
programs going on, so like
It's just growing and growing and growing constantly.
It's really filling that space.
let me do a shout out, because I went down, I took my grandson down to the Granada. And there was a marriage between the library and the Granada, they had pizza, there were about 200 kids there. When you say that there's nothing for kids in the Dalles, that's one, and then last Saturday. I went in and the library was just packed. It was vibrant, there were people in there, there were displays on the outside, that's a great use of our library system. And that is a shout out to what you brought to the Dalles.
Thanks, Tim. There's also some health and safety issues. This, like, I'm having some very mature ladies moving very tiny shelves. In the children's wing to coordinate for our entertainers, different library programs. It's not ideal. I've been talking to Brenda about it.
Why don't you call the high school and get them to send down some community, they have to do community service, that'd be a perfect opportunity. Work with the counselors at the high school. Get some kids down there in the after school and do that.
Okay, but just recognizing there's some challenges with how things are staffed in order to support the programming there. Okay. Okay, anything else? All right. This gives me some direction for tomorrow. I want to check in. I guess Matthew, I'll get that question to him, make sure we've got that last point covered. So just looking at our agenda for tomorrow. Tomorrow we have you guys showing up at 8 o'clock for arrival refreshments, and again, starting at 8:30. We're back in this space. Can we stay, everybody's stuff can stay
Yes.
here? Yeah,
Will be locked.
it'll be locked and safe. You wanna leave any of your papers or handouts here? For tomorrow, the first thing we'll do is kind of work through some goal areas for the strategic plan, so kind of reflecting on this piece over here and the priorities that you just mentioned and some of these vision elements up here. So we'll start there. And then the next piece will be to, what's like the whole thing. Next piece will be then to, once we are in agreement on where the goal areas are, will be to think about what are the outcomes for each of those goal areas. So what does success look like if we achieved it in 5 years? We'll make sure that we work through a refinement process. We'll spend the first part of the day doing that. And then the second piece of it will be figuring out, okay, if we have these goal areas and we've identified some outcomes that we're going to work on. And we know there's some specifics in here. I want to try to stay at the higher outcome level, but thinking about council priorities for the year ahead. So how do you want to prioritize those outcomes? And then on the ones that get the top priority, so trying to think about what feels reasonable for the year ahead, what can we work on, because we can't do everything. If we're developing a 3 to 5 year plan, so for 1 year, what can you do? And then thinking about what are the metrics on the 3 things that we do decide to prioritize, what are the metrics that, as far as how you're going to measure progress on the topics. And then the last piece I told you we would do for the strategic plan. So I might even have a mission statement for you guys to react to tomorrow, maybe a vision statement. But the other piece will be the values. So I'll have you do a values exercise and start to think through what are the things, what's the lens you want to look through when it comes to service delivery? What are the things that should apply to how you deliver services in all of these goal areas? And so that's something that you can reflect on that. And then we'll talk about next steps for the strategic plan and we can get you on your way by 12 o'clock. Is everybody okay with that plan for tomorrow? Any adjustments that we need to make based on today's discussion? Anything else you're hoping to see? Anything Sasha and I forgot? Anything else we can bring for your comfort tomorrow? In your engagement?
Some Jameson would be nice.
I know
HR says no.
I heard it's like served at 12 o'clock after the meeting, so. feel like there's local establishments in town.
Is there a really good bar that serves fresh donuts in the Dalles? Right, fresh donuts with the Jameson. I'm gonna get that from a living, no.
Not that I know of, right, be it.
Keep standing at the river, that's right.
No, it's the Dalles. I'm gonna figure out which bar it is. And I feel like there's on the.
So while we may not be bringing, Dr. Jameson, we will provide you with any local recommendations.
There you go.
Anything else? Aside from that. Matthew's like, I am not opening this store. All right, well, just for, we talked out. Reflections on today. How are we feeling about our progress thus far?
It's getting easier to do these things. It's the third one, right? So it's like kind of familiar with how the process works. Easier to do.
Yeah, and you learn to go first before everybody else.
And I think the people that are here, I think that's changed and that makes the dynamics change. It's fine.
Jonathan thought that you should do that.
Yeah. I thought you can. I did.
And he did.
Good. Get rid of the question mark.
Problem solved. Other reflection on today's work.
Efficient use of time.
Good. Okay.
What kind of criteria are you gonna use to pare that down to a manageable 3.5 hours?
What kind?
I mean, is it the majority of them? So I mean, you got all kinds of goals.
Just looking at the process.
I feel some clear themes coming through on this, so if you wanna know what I'm seeing, I see, again, not different, but economic development is gonna be a key goal area. And then figuring out what are the 3 to 4 outcomes that you're driving towards when it comes to economic development. Same thing for engagement, public trust, communications, like what are some outcomes that we're driving towards in that area? Housing, I'm uncertain about. You guys there's lots of stuff that's ongoing for housing. Is that its own goal area still? I'm not sure. One thing we didn't talk a lot about today, but you guys don't have it marked as a priority back there, but I think it's worth more conversation, is houselessness. I think maybe it starts to fall into a different goal area, maybe around public safety or livability, but it's something that your community is still, it showed up as the #1 thing in the community results. And while it was a small sample of folks, I think that if you were to broaden this equally, you still might hear that it's #1 thing. So I do think that warrants a little more discussion and thinking about how to collapse that goal area that makes sense, but that there's an outcome related to that topic. So that's the place I'm seeing where we still have some work to do on that discussion. The infrastructure one it feels pretty clear to me that it is a resilient infrastructure. It's in the vision. I see it as a whole area. I have some master plans that give you good direction on infrastructure. So I'm hopeful that those outcomes there will be pretty straightforward. Technology, not a goal area before, but when you think about it being a top place to work, technology is a big piece of that, and it's also service delivery. So I think it ties into your vision. Yeah, well, that one's gonna require a little more conversation to figure out what the outcomes are there. And then you guys love livability. I hate having livability as a goal area because it's so broad. So that one will need to parse out. That's what I see.
Comment maybe about the housing side of things. I think we can all agree that housing is still a real issue. Yeah, there's a lot of things down here. City doing their part. It's also private side doing their part. Systems to that, it's the best they can be, and there's still that financing component of the projects themselves. I think, you know, the city, we have a housing production strategy that is like a master plan, basically. And it's very much something that no matter if housing makes it as its own or not, I have a housing production strategy for the next 8 years. So it's kind of this own separate carve. Maybe, I don't know where it's gonna get on the list, but just having an HPS somewhere, it's pretty large goal. That's not. But it's just kind of like baked into.
To services that you deliver. Yeah, you guys didn't highlight it as like a central vision element. I think because so much work has been done on there, but yeah, I think it's good points.
I swear to something.
And it's I mean, some of it now has been mandated by the state. It's not optional.
It'd be good to understand like what's, like if there's anything limiting us or stopping us from like the housing development. Like understanding the, like why something didn't move forward. I think would be an important part of the discussion, that goal setting. Because if we know what the result of a housing development, as an example, if we know why the result was no housing development and a piece of property is like not being developed, understanding why that happened or why that development didn't move forward, I think is very important to setting a goal with understanding. Because was it because of like a city services issue, or was it because of like, something in our control or out of our control? That's important.
Yeah, like is the city itself the barrier to housing development?
Yeah, was it like we were making somebody put in sidewalks and that was the straw that brought the camel's back, or was it something?
Okay.
I'd like to add that there are things within our control, things that are not, but the Wasco County is also an agency that we have to depend on for going in and doing the follow-up, right? And that's another component. We don't have control over that. But that does affect growth and development over the long haul.
Other things other reflections or things that we need to be thinking about going into tomorrow's session?
I think it'd be worth it. 5 minutes, very quick, just to run down to the bullet list of major projects that staff discussed in the city. Besides excellent service, across the board, it's like there were a lot of goals made.
Okay.
Just see that list.
Those accomplishments.
Check animal ordinance, water master plan. A lot. Got a lot.
Which above and beyond the stuff that we covered over here on the wall.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
That was done.
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
And understanding the results of the action or inaction to address that. Understanding the results, good, like whether they were good or bad, or were they effective, or did it that result? Like, is it driving some new goal that we have this year? Because something went wrong.
Okay. Or there may be unintended consequences that I'm gonna deal with.
Yeah.
Okay.
And as a council, we have to ensure that the things that we decide upon are followed and enacted. There's outcome from all of our discussion. That's very important.
Okay. Right. Okay. Anything else?
Good job.
Thanks. All right, I'm gonna, have you any final announcements for the day? Anything we need to share going tomorrow?
So, start time tomorrow is 8:30. Yeah.
Amy, any announcements you need to share?
We'll be here at 8, refreshments ahead of time.
Okay. All right.
No lunch tomorrow,
No lunch
but
tomorrow.
breakfast, yes.
Oh, and the bar with the fresh donuts is called Tim's.
Oh.
So, just so you know.
There you go.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, fresh donuts.
Yeah.